Again, Israel, today's presentation will be called The Weeping Prophet. Our brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 86 and Psalms 78 for us all. After he get done reading the Psalms, we will come back on and reintroduce the subject matter, and then we will get right into it. At this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a piece of paper, and a pen that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give out today, and also that you may jot down any comment or question that you may have. Shalom, Israel. You got the floor, Brother Yamin.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 86, please. That is Psalms 8:6. It reads, "Bow down thine ear, O Yahweh, hear me, for I am poor and needy. Preserve my soul, for I am holy, O thou my Elohim. Save thy servant that trusteth in thee. Be merciful unto me, O Yahweh, for I cry unto thee daily. Rejoice the soul of thy servant, for unto thee, O Yahweh, do I lift up my soul. For thou, Yahweh, art great and ready to forgive." It says, "For thou, Yahweh, art good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in mercy unto all them that call upon thee. Give ear, O Yahweh, unto my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplications. In the day of my trouble I will call upon thee, for thou wilt answer me. Among the deities there is none like unto thee, O Yahweh, neither are there any works like unto thy works. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Yahweh, and shall glorify thy name. For thou art great and doest wondrous things. Thou art Elohim alone. Teach me thy way, O Yahweh, I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. I will praise thee, O Yahweh, my Elohim, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. For great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. O Elohim, the proud are risen against me, and the assemblies of violent men have sought after my soul, and have not set thee before them. But thou, O Yahweh, art a Elohim full of compassion, and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in mercy and truth. O turn unto me, and have mercy upon me. Give thy strength unto thy servant, and save the son of thy handmaid. Shew me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it, and be ashamed, because thou, Yahweh, hast hopened in me and comforted me." Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 78, please. That is Psalms 7:8. It reads, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, shewing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh, and his strength, and his wonderful works that he hath done. For he established a testimony in Yaakov, and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, which should arise and declare them to their children, that they might set their hope in Elohim, and not forget the works of Elohim, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. They kept not the covenant of Elohim, and refused to walk in his law, and forgot his works and his wonders that he had shewed them. Marvelous things did he in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. He divided the sea and caused them to pass through, and he made the waters to stand as in heat. In the daytime also he led them with a cloud, and all the night with the light of fire. He clave the rocks in the wilderness, and gave them drink as out of the great depths. He brought streams also out of the rock, and caused waters to run down like rivers. And they sinned yet more against him by provoking the Most High in the wilderness. And they tempted Elohim in their heart by asking meat for their lust. Yea, they spake against Elohim. They said, can Elohim furnish a table in the wilderness? Behold, he smote the rock, that the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed. Can he give bread also? Can he provide flesh for his people? Therefore, Yahweh heard this and was wroth. So a fire was kindled against Yaakov, and anger also came up against Israel, because they believed not in Elohim, and trusted not in his salvation, though he had commanded the clouds from above, and opened the doors of heaven, and had rained down manna upon them to eat, and had given them of the corn of heaven. Man did eat angels' food, and sent them meat to the full. He caused an east wind to blow in the heaven, and by his power he brought in the south wind. He rained flesh also upon them as dust, and feathered fowls like as the sand of the sea. And he let it fall in the midst of their camp, round about their habitations. So they did eat, and were well filled. So he gave them their own desire. They were not estranged from their lust, but while their meat was yet in their mouths, the wrath of Elohim came upon them, and slew the fattest of them, and smote down the chosen men of Israel. For all this they sinned still, and believed not in his wondrous works. Therefore their days did he consume in vanity, and their years in trouble. When he slew them, then they sought him, and they returned and inquired early after Elohim. And they remembered that Elohim was their rock, and the high Elohim their redeemer. Nevertheless, they did flatter him with their mouth, and they lied unto him with their tongues. For their heart was not right with him, neither were they steadfast in his covenant. But he, being full of compassion, forgave their iniquity, and destroyed them not. Yea, many a time turned he his anger away, and did not stir up all of his wrath. For he remembered that they were but flesh, a wind that passeth away, and cometh not again. How oft they provoked him in the wilderness, and grieved him in the desert. Yea, they turned back and tempted Elohim, and limited the Holy One of Israel. They remembered not his hand, nor the day when he delivered them from the enemy, how he had wrought his signs in Egypt, and his wonders in the field of Zoan. And he turned their rivers into blood, and their floods that they could not drink. He sent diverse sorts of flies among them, which devoured them, and frogs, which destroyed them. He gave also their increase unto the caterpillar, and their labor unto the locust. He destroyed their vines with hail, and their sycamore trees with frost. He gave up their cattle also to the hail, and their flocks to the hot thunderbolts. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath and indignation, and trouble, by sending evil angels among them. He made a way to his anger. He spared not their soul from death, but gave their life over to the pestilence, and smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham, but made his own people to go forth like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock. And he led them on safely, so that they feared not. But the sea overwhelmed their enemies. And he brought them to the border of their sanctuary, even to his mountain, even to this mountain, which his right hand had purchased. He cast out the heathen also before them, and divided them an inheritance by line, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents. Yet they tempted and provoked the Most High, and kept not his testimonies, but turned back and dealt unfaithfully like their fathers. They were turned aside like a deceitful bow, for they provoked him to anger with their high places, and moved him to jealousy with their graven images. When Elohim heard this, he was wroth, and greatly abhorred Israel, so that he forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh, the tent which he placed among men, and delivered his strength into captivity, and his glory into the enemy's hand. He gave his people over also unto the sword, and was wroth with his inheritance. The fire consumed their young men, and their maidens were not given to marriage. The priests also fell by the sword, and their widows made no lamentation. Then Yahweh awaked as one out of sleep, and like a mighty man that shouted by reason of wine. And he smote his enemies in the hinder parts, and he put them to a perpetual reproach. Moreover, he refused the tabernacle of Joseph, and chose not the tribe of Ephraim, but chose the tribe of Yehudah, the Mount Zion which he loved. And he built his sanctuary like high places, like the earth which he had established forever. He chose David also, his servant, and took him from the sheepfolds, from following the ewes with young. He brought him to feed Yaakov, his people, and Israel, his inheritance. So he fed them according to the integrity of his heart, and guided them by the skillfulness of his hands. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah! And Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called The Weeping Prophet. And we will use this presentation, as we have used all of our presentations, to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between the clean and the unclean. Our brother Yamin just read two beautiful Psalms for us all, which was again Psalms 86 and Psalms 78. And Psalm 78 gave us a long history of Yahweh mercy, his grace, his long suffering, his goodness, and his truth. I would like to continue on the note of our brother's song by first and foremost saying, I would like to give thanks and praise to the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And we will also like to praise Yahweh and ask Yahweh to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart to be acceptable in thy sight, O Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. I will start this great presentation, which is called The Weeping Prophet, by way of warning Israel with the book of Proverbs. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. You got to just start doing it. Just do what you're doing. You got to. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. And what we find in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, is great words of wisdom, a great advice that is given to the children of men. And it tells us in the 3rd chapter, if we start at the 1st verse to the 7th verse, we find these great words. My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days, please take note, for length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Yahweh and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. And we found that Israel did lean to their own understanding many times, according to Psalms 78 that our brother Yamin Israel read for us. It tells us in the 6th verse, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he alone shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Don't come up with something that you think is better than what's written. It says, be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us in this great book of Proverbs to warn us before we eat the meat of this great presentation. If we take a look at the 9th chapter of Proverbs, and what we find in the 9th chapter, it reads at the very first verse, wisdom has built her house. She hath heaved out her 7 pillars. She hath killed her beasts. She hath mingled her wine. She hath also furnished her table. She hath sent forth her maidens. She crieth upon the highest places of the city. Whoso is simple, let him turn and hide her. As for him that want understanding, she says to him, come, eat of my bread, and drink of the wine which I have mingled. It tells us in the 6th verse, Israel, forsake the foolish, and live, and go in the way of understanding. He that reproves a scorner gets himself shame, and he that rebukes a wicked man get himself a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, correct a wise man, and he will love thee, not care to assassinate thee, nor ostracize thee. It reads, give instruction to a wise man, and he or she will be yet wiser. Teach a just man or woman, and they will increase in learning. The fear of Yahweh is, it don't say it might be, it lets you know it is the beginning of wisdom. And the knowledge of the holy is understanding. For by me thy days shall be what? Multiplied. And the years of thy life shall be increased. If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself. But if thou scornest, my sister, thou alone shall bear it. A foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and knows nothing. For she sits at the door of her house on a seat in the high places of the city to call passengers who go right on their ways. Whoso is simple, let him turn in hider. And that's what many of these people are saying, dealing with these congregations and classes, because they are not telling you the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. They are not telling you that you must confirm and witness every word. Thus it reads again in the 16th verse, whoso is simple, let him turn hider, turn here. And as for him that won't understanding, she said to him, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he knows not that the dead are there. And many of you have been found in the congregation of the dead. It says, but he knows not that the dead are there, and that her guests are in the depths of hell. The scripture tells us in the book of wisdom, when a ruler hearkens into a lie, all of his servants are evil, or all of his servants are wicked. One more place that I would love to go to warn us before we get into this great presentation, and it is the 27th chapter of Proverbs. The 27th chapter of Proverbs. And I would just like to read this one verse. And it reads, in the 5th verse of the 27th chapter of Proverbs, and it reads, open rebuke is better than secret love. Wisdom is allowing us to know it is better to rebuke your brother and your sister than to show them any secret love. And one more place I would like to go to back this up, which is not in my notes, is Leviticus, the 19th chapter. Let us go there, please. Leviticus, the 19th chapter. We will also use this chapter and verse to warn Israel before we get into this great presentation. And what we are warning them of is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Please do not lean upon your own understanding. Leviticus, the 19th chapter. And it tells us in the 17th and 18th verse these great words. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor. As we just read, open rebuke is better than all that hugging, better than all that coming and submitting yourself to your brother. It tells us, thou shalt not, or thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon you. In many of your scriptures, it says upon him. But when you read it in the Hebrew, it tells you that thou shalt not suffer sin upon you. And the last verse that I will read is the 18th verse, and it reads, thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. For the children of thy people is a great people. And you better be careful how you deal and how you talk to those people. Thus it tells us, thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yahweh. Let us start this great presentation, which is called The Weeping Prophet, by us all turning our scriptures to the book of the law. And the book that we will entertain at this moment is Exodus, the 34th chapter. Let us all please turn to Exodus, the 34th chapter. And what we find in Exodus, the 34th chapter, is these great words. I'll start at the first verse, and I will read to the 7th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh said unto Moses, heave thee 2 tables of stone, like unto the first. And why do we have to heaved some more stones, like into the first, because the Israelites broke the law, because the Israelite broke the covenant of the law, according to Exodus, the 32nd chapter, when they made a golden calf. And it also lets us know when you break the law, it must be reestablished. Moses had to go back on the mount, not for a minute, but another 40 days and another 40 nights to receive the same words that the children of Israel broke. So it allows us to know when it's broken, something must be done. You're not still under that which is broken. It must be reestablished, and we've seen that dealing with Exodus, the 32nd chapter, and what we are reading right now in the 34th chapter of Exodus. Thus, it tells us again,
34th chapter of Exodus.
34th chapter of Exodus. It says, and Yahweh said unto Moses, heave thee 2 tables of stone, like into the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first table, which thou breakest. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning into the Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with thee, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount. Neither let the flock nor herds feed before that mount. And he heaved 2 tables of stone, like into the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning, and went up into Mount Sinai, as Yahweh had commanded him, and took in his hand 2 tables of stone. And Yahweh descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed. Please take note what is proclaimed. As our brother read in Psalms 86, it reads, and proclaim the name of Yahweh. Please circle this 6th verse, for it reads, and Yahweh passed by before him, and proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh Elohim, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth. The last verse that I'll read is the 7th verse, and it reads, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the children's children, and to the 3rd and to the 4th generation. And we're going to show throughout this presentation where Yahweh mercy, graciousness, long-suffering, goodness, and truth endures throughout the history of the children of Israel. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to the book of Jeremiah, the very first chapter. The weeping prophet. Jeremiah was known as the weeping prophet because he feared Yahweh, and he departed from evil, and he cried that the rest of the children would do the same. And the Almighty used this boy to tell Israel to return unto him, to fear him, and to depart from evil. But this boy took a lot of backlash from his own brothers and sisters just because he loved them so much that he would cry out all that Yahweh have ever told him to cry, because he loved Israel and he loved his Creator, and he was rewarded with murmuring even the threats of his life. Jeremiah, the 1st chapter, please. And I believe many of us have that same spirit of the great weeping prophet Jeremiah. Thus it tells us in the 1st chapter of Jeremiah, the words of Jeremiah, and please take note of these words. Anytime you get in the great books of the prophets, please take note of the 1st verse of the 1st chapter, because normally it allows us to know time and place and what is being said and why. Thus it reads, the words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Antioch in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of Yahweh came in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Yehudah, in the 13th year of his reign. It came also, note the time and place, in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Yehudah, and to the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Yehudah. So these words and this prophecy and this crying went all the way to where it reads, and to the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th month. Then the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee. And I ordained thee a prophet into the nations. Then said I, Yahweh Elohim, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. But Yahweh said unto me, say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak. And not only was he to speak, but the obedient Israelites was to obey and was to live therein. But we're going to find out exactly what they did. And we're going to relate and compare what they did to how we are treated today, when we cry out loud and tell the world to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. It continued to tell us, and mind you, he is talking to the real Israelites. He is talking to the Israelites that know who they are, from the king all the way to the common man. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, be not afraid of their faces, and I am not. For I am with thee to deliver thee, said Yahweh. Then Yahweh put forth his hand and touched our mouth. And Yahweh said unto me, behold, I have put my words in thy mouth. See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down, and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said Yahweh unto me, thou hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of Yahweh came into me the second time, saying, what seest thou? And I said, I see a seething pot, or a boiling pot, and the face thereof is toward the north. Then Yahweh said unto me, out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, said Yahweh, and they shall come, and they shall set every one his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Yehudah. And I will utter my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have burnt incense into other gods, and worship the work of their own hands. Thou therefore gird up thy lions, and arise, and speak unto them all, A-L-L, all that I command thee. Be not dismayed. And if you don't speak all, you are dismayed. It said, be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound thee before them. And that go hand in hand with what we just read in Leviticus, the 19th chapter, the 18th verse. That sin be not upon you. What the Almighty told Jeremiah, I therefore gird up thy lions, and arise, and speak unto them all that I command thee. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound thee before them. If your strength is small during the days of adversity, you might be confounded before your brother that is speaking lies. The 18th verse reads, for behold, I have made thee this day a defense city, and an iron pillar and brazen wall against the whole land, against the kings of Yehudah, against the princes thereof, against the priests thereof, and against the people of the land. And they shall fight against thee, as they are doing this day, but they shall not prevail against thee. For I am with thee, said Yahweh, to deliver thee, as long as you confirm every word. It also tells us, if we take a look at the third chapter of Jeremiah, dealing with the weeping prophet. And it tells us in the third chapter, and it reads, they say, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and become another man, shall he return into her again? Shall not that land be greatly polluted? But thou hast played the harlot with many lovers, yet return again to me, said Yahweh. And please take note, when Jeremiah had to tell these words to the children of Israel, please take note the time, please take note the place, and mind you, the situation that they find themselves under, and that is the covenant of the law. And the prophet was sent to those people in their own land under the covenant of the law, telling them to return. The second verse reads, lift up thy eyes into the high places, and see where thou hast not been laden with. In the ways hast thou set for them as the Arabians in the wilderness, and thou hast polluted the land with thy whoredoms and with thy wickedness. Therefore the showers have been withholden, and there have been no latter rain, and thou hast a whore forehead, thou refuses to be ashamed. Will thou not from this time cry unto me, my father, thou art the guide of my youth? Will he reserve his anger forever? According to the Psalm 78 that our brother read, it allows us to know the answer, and the answer is no. Even though he is long-suffering, the answer is no. Behold, thou hast spoken and done evil things as thou couldest. Yahweh said also unto me, in the days of Josiah, king, the days of Josiah, the king, hast thou seen that which backsliding Israel have done? She is gone up upon every high mountain and under every green tree, and there have played the harlot. And I said, after she had done all these things, note, turn thou into me, while they were still in the land under the covenant of the law. But she returned not, and her treacherous sister Yehuda saw it. And I saw when, for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Yehuda feared not, but went and played the harlot also. And it came to pass through the lightness of her whoredom that she defiled the land and committed adultery with stones and with stock. And yet for all this, her treacherous sister Yehuda have not turned into me with her whole heart, but fringingly, said Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto me, the backsliding Israel has justified herself more than treacherous Yehuda. Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, return thy backsliding Israel, said Yahweh, and I will not cause my anger to fall upon you. For I am merciful, said Yahweh, and I will not keep anger forever. Only acknowledge thy iniquity. Acknowledge that you are dirty. Acknowledge that you have sinned. Acknowledge that you have not been cleansed. Acknowledge you're not under the Sabbath because you're being punished. Acknowledge that you don't supposed to pay tithes because you're not in the land, nor under the covenant of the law. The 13th verse says, only acknowledge thy iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against Yahweh thy Elohim, and hast scattered thy ways to the strangers under every green tree, and ye have not obeyed my voice, said Yahweh. Turn, O backsliding children, said Yahweh, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion, and I will give you pastors according to my heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. And it shall come to pass, when ye be multiplied and increase in the land, in those days, said Yahweh, they shall say no more the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, neither shall it come to mind, neither shall they remember it, neither shall they visit it, neither shall that be done anymore. At that time, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, thus the 17th verse reads, at that time they shall call Jerusalem the throne of Yahweh, and all the nations shall be gathered into it. The name of Yahweh to Jerusalem, neither shall they walk any more after the imagination of their evil hearts. In those days, the house of Yehudah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given for an inheritance, and to their fathers, which denote all of your dwellings. But I said, how shall I put thee among the children, and give thee a pleasant land, a goodly heritage of the host of nations? And I said, thou shalt call me my father, and shall not turn away from me. Surely, as a wife treacherously depart from her husband, so have ye dealt treacherously with me, O house of Israel, said Yahweh. A voice was heard upon the high places, weeping, as our brother Jeremiah continued to do, and supplication of the children of Israel, for they had perverted their way, and they had forgotten Yahweh their Elohim. Again, the 22nd verse reads, return, ye backsliding children, and I will heal your backslidings. Behold, we come into thee, for thy art Yahweh our Elohim. Truly, in vain is the salvation hoped from the hills, and from the multitude of mountains. Truly, in Yahweh our Elohim is the salvation of Israel. For shame have devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth, their flock and their herd, their sons and their daughters. We lie down in our shame as it is this day, and our confusion covers us. For we have sinned against Yahweh our Elohim, we and our fathers from our youth, even into this day, as our brother Yamin read in Psalm 78, and have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh our Elohim. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 5th chapter, and I'm doing it this way because Jeremiah consists of, let me give you the right number. It consists of 52 chapters. And all those chapters denote what Jeremiah wept out, what he cried out to the children of Israel. Well, due to time restraint, we can't use every one of those chapters, even though I was trying my best, but we can't. So I have selected several chapters to bring forth, and then we'll jump straight into the Lamentations, dealing with the words of Jeremiah and his weeping. Right now, I would love to take everyone to the 5th chapter of Jeremiah, and let's read the 1st to the 7th verse of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter. And let's continue to pay attention to the weeping prophet and that which he continued to cry out against the children of Israel. Run ye to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and know, and seek in the broad places thereof, if ye can find a man. No, a man. We just heard a so-called Murray tell people that it was not valuable to debate Brother Samuel to get the truth on the table because he only had 12 social media followers. And it allows us to know how greedy that brother is, and it allows us to know that he don't know nothing about wisdom and the souls that must be won. Well, here it allows us to know that Jeremiah know all about that because Yahweh told him, according to the 1st verse, run ye to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and know, and seek in the broad places thereof, if you can find a man. That's one person. If there be any that execute judgment, that seek the truth. Well, we got 12 people seeking the truth. The Almighty said, and I will pardon it. And though they say Yahweh live all the time, let Yahweh be magnified. Yahweh live. Well, the Almighty said, if they ain't confirming every word, they are fugazi. They are a fraud, it reads. And though they say Yahweh live, surely they swear falsely. This is your Creator speaking out of the mouth of the weeping prophet. Yahweh, are not thy eyes upon the truth? Absolutely. According to Proverbs 3:1-7 that we read, the Almighty said he is about the truth and nothing but the truth. And the only way you can establish the truth and nothing but the truth, you must confirm and you must witness every word, or you will not establish the truth. It reads, Yahweh, are not thy eyes upon the truth? Thou hast stricken them, but they have not grieved. You take the Sabbath from them. You let us know that it's a punishment, and they have not grieved because they say they under the Sabbath, regardless of what you said in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th verse, the 35th verse, nor the 43rd verse. They don't care. They under the Sabbath anyway. Thus it reads, but they have refused to receive correction. They have made their face harder than a rock. They have refused to return. Therefore, I said, surely people like that, these are poor. They are foolish, for they know not the way of Yahweh, nor the judgment of their Elohim. The 5th verse reads, I will get me into the great men. So that means even though you're talking to the king, even though you're talking to the priest, even though you're talking to your brother that's supposed to know and supposed to be teaching you, they are disagreeing with the weeping prophet. Thus, it reads in the 5th verse, I will get me into the great men, and I will speak into them, for they have known the way of Yahweh and the judgment of their Elohim. And this is an indictment to all our brothers and sisters that teach that we're under the law today, because they do not know the judgment of Yahweh. That's what we are teaching today when we make a distinction between the holy and the unholy. We are showing the judgment of Yahweh, and that judgment shall allow you to know that you are not holy today, nor are you under the covenant of the law, because your fathers have been judged for all that they have done in the land of promise and being under the covenant of the law. So you got to go to someone that knows. Thus it reads, I will get me into the great men, and I will speak into them, for they have known the way of Yahweh and the judgment of their Elohim. But these, you that teach you under the Sabbath, it says, but these have altogether broken the yoke. I done took the yoke off your neck and say, I'm under the Sabbath. Even though Brother Samuel keep telling you you're not. You done broke the yoke off your neck. The yoke denote the judgment. You are breaking the yoke off your neck and telling the lie and telling the people you're under the Sabbath and under the covenant of the law. Yahweh said you are a liar and you do not know nor understand my judgments. So I got to go to somebody else to do. And he's going to tell you. And that person is called the great men. It tells us in the 6th verse, after it allows us to know that the poor and foolish have broken the yoke and burst the bonds, the 6th verse reads, wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them, and a wolf of the evening shall spoil them. A leopard shall watch over their cities. Even one that goes out thence shall be torn in pieces, just because you don't understand nor know the judgments of your Creator. Because their transgressions are many, and their backslidings are increased. The last verse that I will read is the 7th verse, and it reads, how shall I pardon thee for this? Thy children have forsaken me and sworn by them that are no gods. And mind you, this is not talking about me and you. It is talking about the people that call themselves the children of Israel and the children of Yehudah that were under the covenant of the law in their land, forsaking the Creator and His words. This has nothing to do with me and you today. Thus it reads, and sworn by them that are no gods. When I had fed them to the full, we have never been fed to the full. So it can't be talking to us. When I had fed them to the full, they then commit adultery and assemble themselves by troops in the harlot's house. The 7th chapter, please. And it reads, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, stand in the gates and keep crying. It reads, stand in the gate of Yahweh's house and proclaim there this word and say, hear the word of Yahweh, all ye of Yehuda that enter in at these gates to worship Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. Is that talking to us? Or is it talking to the people during the reign of Josiah? It continued to tell us, trust ye not in lying words. And that's all I've ever said. Trust ye not in lying words, saying the temple of Yahweh, the temple of Yahweh, the temple of Yahweh are these. Well, today, in comparison to what we are reading, they are not saying the temple, they saying the congregation. And they act like we supposed to be there. They act like we are commanded to be there, even though they are lying, even though they will not answer your questions, even though they will care to assassinate thee, even though they will ostracize thee. The 4th verse says, trust ye not in lying words, saying the temple of Yahweh, the temple of Yahweh, the temple of Yahweh are these. For if ye thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment, which we cannot today, thus this is not talking to us, but we see what the weeping prophet had to cry out on a daily basis. And it reads again, for if thou thoroughly amend your ways in your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between man and his brother, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and which they do each and every day when they collect tithes from the fatherless and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then for there is a time and a season for everything under the sun. Then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers forever and ever. Again, Israel, this land is the land of all your dwellings. Behold, ye trust in lying words that cannot profit. And many of you have trusted in those lying words and went in your pocket, went in your purse, and gave the robber your money. And nothing have profit from it. You have not profit from it, not one way. And matter of fact, when they tired of you, they ostracize you and you leave your money behind. You have not profited in no shape, form, or fashion. Will ye steal, murder, and commit adultery? Unfortunately, Yahweh, they do. And swear falsely, and burn incense into Baal, and walk after other gods whom ye know not? And come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say, we are delivered to do all these abominations. And that's how many of our brothers and sisters act today. They speak as if they delivered to do so. They'll tell you to shut up or get out, or you wicked for asking that question. The 11th verse reads, is this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers? Absolutely. Especially the houses that our brothers and them have set up today in captivity. They have become a den of robbers by way of tithes and offerings. If I'm wrong, prove your brother wrong. It tells us in the 11th verse again, is this house which is called by my name. They all say their classes and their congregations is called by his name. They all call their classes and their congregations the sanctuary. So this can be in comparison to them as an indictment. Is this house which is called by my name become a den of robbers? Absolutely. In your eyes, behold, the Almighty said, I'm witnessing with you. I see the same thing you see. Behold, even I have seen it, said Yahweh. But go ye now into the place which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. And now, because you have done all these works, said Yahweh, not you and I, but those that were under the covenant of the law in the promised land, and I speak into you, raising up early and speaking, but ye heard not, and I called you, but ye answered not. Therefore, the reason why will I do into this house, which is called by my name, wherein ye trust, and into the place which I have gave to you and to your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim, which denoted the 10 tribes of the north that went to Assyria. The 16th verse reads, Therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up a cry, nor a prayer for them, neither make intercession to me. The Almighty telling Jeremiah, don't pray for them, don't cry for them, neither make intercession to me for them. For I will not hear thee. See thy not what they do in the cities of Yehuda, and let you know where he at and what he talking about, and in the streets of Jerusalem, not Cincinnati, not Atlanta, not St. Louis, but the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem. The children gather wood, and the father kindled the fire. The woman kneeled the dough to make cakes to the queen of heaven. It's a family affair. And to pull out drink offerings and to other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. Do they not provoke me to anger, said Yahweh? Absolutely. Do they not provoke themselves to confusion of their own faith? Absolutely. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, Behold, my anger and my fury shall be poured out upon this place, upon man and upon beast, upon the trees of the field and upon the fruit of the ground, and it shall burn and shall not be quenched. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, put your burnt offerings into your sacrifices and eat flesh. For I speak not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt. And note what it just said, because that's when Yahweh started the command, when he brought them out of Egypt, when they were free and brought up under the covenant of the law, they were commanded to do all that Yahweh has said and to live therein. Not so with you and I. It continued to read in the 23rd verse, But this thing commanded I them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your Elohim. And ye shall be my people, and walk ye in all, not the best you can. Don't give me a benefit of a doubt. I command ye to walk in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you. And that is the only way it's going to be well, if you walk in all. As it read in Genesis, the 4th chapter, the 7th verse, if thou does well, thou shalt be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at thy door. Thus the 24th verse reads, but they hearken not, nor incline their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backwards and not forward. And if you teach that we are under the Sabbath, that is backwards teaching. If you teach that we under the covenant of the law, that is backwards teaching. If you teach we supposed to pay tithes today and offerings, that is backwards teaching. If you teach that you can lift yourself up by your own bootstraps and get out of here, that is backwards teaching. Because we are waiting to be saved out of Jacob's troubles. Thus it continued to read in the 25th verse, since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt, and to this day, it ain't speaking about one thing about what they did in Egypt. Everything that's talked about is once they was freed out of out of Egypt. Thus the 25th verse reads again, since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt, and to this day, and this day they find themselves in their land under the covenant of the law, being disobedient. I have even sent to you all my servants, not just Jeremiah, but all my servants, the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet they have hearkened not unto me. So your murmuring is not against me. Your murmuring is not against Jeremiah. Your murmuring was not against Moses, but all your murmurings is always against your Creator. But hearken their necks, they did worse than their fathers. The 27th verse reads, therefore thou shalt speak. Jeremiah got to speak all these words unto them. But Jeremiah, they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them. But Jeremiah, they will not answer thee. But thou shalt say unto them, this is a nation that obey not the voice of Yahweh their Elohim, nor receive correction. Truth is perished and cut off from their mouth. The 8th chapter, and let's pick up at the 18th verse. And what we find in the 8th chapter, the 18th verse, is words of sorrow coming from Jeremiah. And the weeping prophet told them, according to the 18th verse, when I would comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint in me. Behold the voice of the cry of the daughters of my people, like I hear today, because of them that dwell in a far country. Is not Yahweh in Zion? Is not her king in her? Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities? And please take note that there is no healing medicine, that you will not be able to deliver yourself. For what Jeremiah is saying, I see today. And it reads, the harvest is past. The summer is ended. Our children back in school. And we are not saved. What many people talk like we ain't going to be saved. Like we going to save ourselves. Many people speak as if we're not waiting to be saved out of Jacob's trouble, even though that's what Yahweh had Jeremiah to tell us. The 21st verse reads, "For the hurt of the daughter of my people, I am hurt, so am I. And I am black, and astonishment have taken hold on me." The question is there no balm in Gilead, in Galilee? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered? And the answer is, because Yahweh have not saved thee. And according to the 9th verse, the 9th chapter, let's see what the crying prophet had to tell the people that many of you don't want to believe, because you teach that your dwelling is wherever you at based on the Webster Dictionary and any other dictionary you call yourself using. Well, that's not so with the weeping prophet. He had to cry out loud to the children of Israel. And note what he cried out and told them in the 9th chapter, the 17th verse. And it reads to the 26th verse. "Thus said Yahweh of hosts, consider ye and call for the mourning women, that they may come, and send for the conning women, that they may come, and let them make haste and take up a wailing for us, that our eyes may run down with tears." If you truly know the judgment of Yahweh, your eyes should run down with tears. Wisdom tell us much knowledge bring about sorrow. If you truly know the knowledge of the holy, right now you should be crying. Your songs that you sing should be songs of mourning. Thus it reads in the 19th verse, "For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded." Why? Because we have forsaken the land. Well, the Almighty said in in Leviticus, the 18th chapter and the 20th chapter, if you do any of these abominations in this land, he promised you that the land will spew you out. S-P-U-E, out. Well, Jeremiah is testifying to the words of Yahweh and letting us know that none of Yahweh's words will ever return to him void. Thus, the 19th verse reads in its entirety, "For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out." This should be the end of your bad teachings, that your dwelling is wherever you are at. Because the weeping prophet, the same man that Yahweh brought forth from the belly, told us that your dwellings have cast you out. So wherever you land can never be your dwellings, because it is testified that your dwellings is what cast you where you find yourself today. So where you find yourself today could never be your dwellings. If the scriptures, if your creator have said your dwellings where you belong have cast you out. Wherever you find yourself today can never be considered your dwellings, nor the glory of all lands. So that should be the end of that bad teaching that your dwellings is wherever you are at. Thus it continued to read, yet hear the word of Yah, O ye women. So the man ain't the only one got to hear and obey, but the woman too. So the woman should be able to stand up and make sure she understands that she is doing right according to thus said Yahweh. And the man that think he's a teacher, he should answer her at that moment. For it tells us, yet hear the word of Yahweh, O ye women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and everyone her neighbor lamentation, which we will teach today. For death is come up into our windows, and is entered into our palaces, to cut off the children from without, and the young man from the streets. Speak, thus said Yahweh, even the carcasses of men shall fall as dung upon the open field, and as the handful after the harvestman, and none shall gather them. Thus said Yahweh, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, and that's what most of these brothers call themselves doing. Neither let the mighty man glory in his might. That's what most of these brothers call themselves doing, based on how many people they got tricked in front of them. And let not the rich man glory in his riches. They definitely doing that. The Almighty call them greedy dogs for taking your tithes and your offerings, which is no tithe nor an offering. But let him that glory in this, and this is how we glorify Yahweh today, by allowing the people to know that you must fear Yahweh and depart from evil. For it tells us, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understand the words of the holy is that you understand and know me, that I am Yahweh, which exercise loving kindness, this great word judgment that our brothers seem to not understand, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, said Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 11th chapter of Jeremiah, still hearkening to the weeping prophet, hearing and understanding all that he had to say to his brothers and sisters. Thus, he had to say what we find in the 11th chapter, and it reads at the very first verse. The word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh saying, and note, this ain't his own spirit. A lot of people tell me, well, it seems like you under your own spirit. You under your own spirit of what the scripture says. Well, you probably say the same thing about Jeremiah. And I'm going to show you they did. I'm going to show you every time that Jeremiah told them they wasn't under the law or whatever he told them, they truly disagreed. They started talking about, no, we got to wear fringes. No, we got to have the priest. No, we got... instead of taking heed to every word that came out of the weeping prophet's mouth. And we can witness those same things today. We can witness that people talk the same way that we're going to find that the people was talking back to the weeping prophet. And we just read in the first chapter that Yahweh truly sent this man, and the people would not pay him no mind, even to the extent they wanted his life. Thus, the first verse reads in the 11th chapter of Jeremiah, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh saying, hear ye the word of this covenant, and speak unto the men of Yehudah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and say thy unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, cursed be the man that obey not the words of this covenant, which I command your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. From the iron furnace, like we find ourselves in today, that your brother loved to call hell, from the iron furnace, saying, obey my voice, and do them according to all. He had never asked Israel to do the best they could. That is foolishness. But what he did say, obey my voice and do them according to all which I command you. So shall ye be my people, only if you're doing all, and I will be your Elohim, that I may perform the oath which I have sworn unto your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as it is this day. So that means they were in the land, not you and I. Then answered I and said, so be it, Yahweh. Then Yahweh said unto me, proclaim all these words in the cities of Yehudah and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, hear ye the word of this covenant, and do them. As it reads in Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people shall say, amen. Well, that's what's being said right here in the 6th verse. Then Yahweh said unto me, proclaim all these words in the city of Yehudah and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, hear ye the words of this covenant and do them. For I earnestly protested into your fathers in the day that I brought them up out of the land of Egypt. It does not read in the day that they found their butt in Egypt, but it lets us know the time. And the time was when I brought them up out of the land of Egypt, even into this day, rising early and protesting, saying, obey my voice. Yet they obeyed not, nor inclined their ear, but walked everyone as they are doing this day. But walked everyone in the imagination of their evil heart. Therefore, the reason why I will bring upon them all the words of this covenant, which I have commanded them to do, but they did them not. And Yahweh said unto me, a conspiracy is found among the men of Yehuda and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They are turned back to the iniquities of their forefathers, which refused, and those forefathers were in the land of promise and under the covenant of the law, which refused to hear my words, and they went after other gods to serve them. The house of Israel and the house of Yehuda have broken my covenant, which I made with their fathers. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring evil upon them, which they shall not be able to escape. This evil denote punishment. And we read in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 43rd verse, dealing with the Sabbath and dealing with Israel despising and abhorring Yahweh's statutes and his judgments. And he said they shall accept their punishment. It allows us to know when you're not under the Sabbath, you are being punished. How many of y'all are going to believe Yahweh this day? It continue to read in the 11th verse. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring evil upon them, which they shall not be able to escape. And though they shall cry unto me, I will not hearken unto them. Then shall the city of Yehuda and the heavens of Jerusalem go and cry unto gods to whom they offer incense, but they shall not save them at all in the time of their troubles. For Yahweh already told Jeremiah that he will save Jacob from his troubles. Jeremiah 30, verse 7. The 13th verse reads, for according to the number of thy cities were thy gods, O Yehuda, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem have you set up altars to that shameful thing, even altars to burn incense and to the Lord. Many of your scriptures say Baal. When you break Baal down, it comes to Lord. The 14th verse reads, therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up a cry or prayer for them, for I will not hear them in the time that they cry unto me for their trouble. What has my beloved to do in my house, seeing she hath wrought lawlessness with many, and the holy flesh is passed from thee? Then thy does evil, then thy rejoices. Yahweh called thy name a green olive tree, fair and of goodly fruit, with the noise of a great turmoil. He hath kindled fire upon it, and the branches of it are broken. For Yahweh of hosts that planted thee hath pronounced evil against thee. For the evil of the houses of Israel and of the house of Yehuda, which they have done against themselves, to provoke me to anger and offering incense unto the Lord. Well, right after Jeremiah had to cry this out to his brothers and sisters that he loved, because they were none other than the children of Israel, the children of Yahweh, it tells us in the 18th verse, and Yahweh has given me knowledge of it, and I knew it, Then thy showed me their doings. But I was like a lamb or an ox that is brought to the slaughter. And I knew not that they had devised devices against me. Just because I'm telling you the truth, just because I'm willing and able to confirm and witness every word, saying, let us destroy the tree with the fruit thereof, and let us cut him off from the land of the living, that his name may be no more remembered. But Yahweh of hosts, that judges righteously, that trieth the ruins in the heart, let me see thy vengeance on them. For unto thee have I revealed my cause. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of the man of Antioch that seek thy life, saying, prophesy not in the name of Yahweh, that thou die not by our hand. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, behold, I will punish them. The young men shall die by the sword. Their sons and their daughters shall die by famine, and there shall be no remnant of them, just because they refuse to hearken to all that Jeremiah had to confirm and witness. And there shall be no remnant of them, for I will bring evil upon the men of Antioch, even the year of their vexation. It tells us in the 13th chapter, if we take a look there and pick up at the 15th verse. And he had to continue to cry out. That's why he is known as the weeping prophet. He had to continue to cry out to his brothers and sisters that he loved, but they hated him. And Yahweh put this spirit on Jeremiah to cry out, even though they will try to hurt you. And I told you that in the first chapter, I still need you to show yourself a man. I need you to be strong during the times of adversity and cry out to your brothers and sisters. Thus we find in the 15th verse of the 13th chapter of Jeremiah these great words. Hear ye and give ear. Be not proud, for Yahweh has spoken. Give glory to Yahweh your Elohim, before he cause darkness, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains. And while ye look for light, he turned it into the shadow of death, and make it gross darkness. But if ye will not hear it, my soul shall weep. That's why he is called the weeping prophet. And I weep each and every day when you refuse to confirm and witness every word. It says in the 17th verse, but if ye will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride. And my eyes shall weep sore and run down with tears, because Yahweh's flock is carried away captive. Say unto the king and to the queen, humble yourselves, sit down, for your principalities shall come down, even the crown of your glory. And believe it or not, a lot of these brothers' crowns have been cast down to the ground when it comes to our teachings. It continued to read, the city of the south shall be shut up, and none shall open them. Yehudah shall be carried away captive, all of it. It shall be wholly carried away captive. Lift up your eyes. Behold them that come from the north. Where is the flock that was given thee, thy beautiful flock? What will thou say when he shall punish thee? You're going to say, we're not being punished. We're still under the Sabbath. Even though Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 43rd verse, said you are to accept your punishment. Well, to answer what Jeremiah just said, based on our people today, they're going to say they are not punished. For thou hast taught them to be captains, and as chiefs over thee. Shall not sorrow take thee as a woman in travail? Absolutely. And if thou say in thy heart, wherefore come these things upon me? For the greatness of thy iniquity are thy skirts discovered, and thy heels made bare. It also tells us in the 15th chapter, and if we pick up at the 10th verse, and it reads, woe unto me, my mother that hath borne me a man of strife and a man of contention. And that's exactly how many of you look at your brother today. A man of strife and a man of contention. I have even heard them saying that I have troubled Israel because I am willing and able to confirm and witness every word. It reads, woe is me, my mother, that thou hast brought me a man of strife and a man of contention to the whole earth. I have neither lent on usury, nor men have lent to me on usury. Yet every one of them does curse me. Yahweh said, verily, it shall be well with thy remnant. Verily, I will cause the enemy to entreat thee well in the time of evil and in the time of affliction. And we're going to show that later on in the presentation, dealing with what the brothers from the house of Atlanta used in Jeremiah 44. We're going to show what that verse just meant. Shall iron break the northern iron and the steel? Thy substance and thy treasures will I give to the spoil without price, and that for all thy sins, even in all thy borders. And I will make thee to pass with thy enemies into a land which thou knowest not. For a fire is kindled in my anger, which shall burn upon you. Yahweh, thou knowest, remember me and visit me and revenge me of my prosecutors. And he's talking about his brothers and sisters, not the enemy. Take me not away in thy long suffering. Note the words that we are running to. The same words we read and showed the attributes of our Creator in Exodus, the 34th chapter, the 6th verse. And that is Yahweh Elohim, merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundance in goodness and truth. Well, the 15th verse just displayed one of those attributes. And it says again, take me not away in thy long suffering. Know that for thy sake I have suffered rebuke. Because you might think you're murmuring at me, but you're not. You're murmuring against Yahweh. I'm just telling you what Yahweh has said. So all your fussing is not against your dear brother. It is against your Creator. Thy words were found, and I did eat them, and that's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to ever add nor take away from this word. I'm just going to tell you what I found and what I have eaten. And thy word was unto me the joy and rejoicing of my heart, for I am called by thy name, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts. And I sat not in the assembly of the mockers. Once I learned better, I got away. Nor rejoice. I'm not even going to go back to rejoice with them. I sat alone because of thy hand, for thou hast filled me with indignation. Why is my pain perpetual? All I'm doing is telling them what you said. And my wound incurable, which refused to be healed? Will thou be altogether unto me as a liar, and as water that fails? Therefore thus said Yahweh, if thou return, then I will bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. And if thou take forth the precious from the veil, and that's all we have tried to do, save your soul. Thy shall be as my mouth. And that's what we use. We use his mouth. We use his voice. We only use his words. Let them return into thee. But no, but return not thy into them. And that is the spirit that your brother have on him this day. And I will make thee into this people a fence, brazen wall, and they shall fight against thee as you do today. But they shall not prevail against thee, and they have not. For I am with thee to save thee and to deliver thee, said Yahweh. And I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked. And this wicked is not the enemy. He is talking about your brothers and your sisters. And I will redeem thee out of the hand of the terrible. The 18th verse. The 18th chapter of Jeremiah. And it reads, starting from the first verse, the word which came to Jeremiah. And note how this allows us to know over and over and over again. Jeremiah is not speaking one word from his own heart, nor from his own mind. Everything that we have showed so far that Jeremiah cried out was based on thus said Yahweh. So it legitimized him as being a true prophet. Well, when we look at what your brother have taught and trying to tell Israel that we are not under the covenant of the law, we don't supposed to be paying tithes, we ain't under the Sabbath, have not all my words been from thus said Yahweh? No matter if you understand it or not, have I added? Have I diminished? Absolutely not. But I'm still a fool in your eyes. I'm still a jackass in your eyes. I'm still teaching evil in your eyes, even though I have only showed you thus said Yahweh. Thus it tells us in the 18th chapter, Israel, the 2nd verse. Arise and go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause thee to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house as I was commanded, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. And the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hand of the potter. So he made it again. That's what happens when you sin. That's what happens when you break the covenant. You got to be made again. You got to be made holy again to enter this. It reads, so he made it again another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. Not as you see good, but as the potter sees good. The 5th verse reads, then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, O house of Israel, please take note of the parable. O house of Israel, cannot I do with you as this potter? And there's a question, and you better answer it in obedience and in fear. And the answer should be yes, said Yahweh. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in my hand, O house of Israel. At what instance I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up the same words you found in the 1st chapter, to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy it. If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do into them. If you turn, and note where you was to turn. You was to turn while you was in your land. You was to turn before the great wrath comes. It continued to read. It says, and at what instant, the 9th verse, I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to build and to plant. If it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice. So to obey not the voice of Yahweh is called evil. To confirm, to not confirm, and to witness every word, to add or to diminish thereof is called evil. If I'm wrong, prove your brother wrong after this presentation. For it reads again in the 8th verse, in the 10th verse, if it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I will benefit them. Now therefore go, and I got to go tell you this. Jeremiah had to go and tell these people this. It says, now therefore go to speak to the men of Yehudah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, thus said Yahweh, behold, I frame evil against you, and devises a device against you. Return ye now, every one, from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good. And they said, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices. We're going to continue doing the Sabbath the best we can. As I was told today, we got to start somewhere. That sounds like what these people saying. It says, they said, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices, and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. Therefore, the reason why, thus said Yahweh, as ye now among the heathen, who have heard such things? The virgin of Israel have done a very horrible thing. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which comes from the rock of the field? Or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Because my people have forsaken me. My people have forgotten me. They have burnt incense to vanity. They have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient path when they teach us wrong. to walk in paths in a way not cast up. There is only one truth, and there is only one path that the truth is on. The 16th verse reads, to make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing. Everyone that passed thereby shall be astonished and wag his head. I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them the back and not the face in the day of their calamity. So right after, Jeremiah had to tell the people these things like we tell people today, because we are fearful of Yahweh and we are willing and able to confirm and witness every word. Look at the response and see if the response that this man getting is similar to what we get today. And it reads in the 18th verse of the 18th chapter of Jeremiah. Then said they, the they is your brothers and sisters. Then said they, come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah. Why is you devising a device against the man that taking you to thus said Yahweh? Why is you devising a device against a man that is not adding nor taken away? It reads, for the law shall not perish. Well, hold on. Out of what Jeremiah just said in the 18th chapter, where did he say the law shall perish? He didn't say it verbatim. He let them know the condition that they was going to be in, and to be in that condition, the law must has perished. From the priest, nor counsel from the wise. He didn't say the counsel of the wise was going to perish. But based on the situation, he let you know that Yahweh was going to have you under. It denotes that the counsel from the wise is perished, nor the word from the prophet. Well, based on what Jeremiah said, if once you deny the prophet that's speaking, ain't no other prophet going to be coming, because the wrath is going to be upon you. The evil that Yahweh said he will put on you will be on you. So that denotes, as we find ourselves in captivity, we're not under the covenant of the law. The priest has perished. The counsel from the wise is gone. And the word from the prophet is not heard. And once they said that, once they understood what Jeremiah meant, the very next thing they said was, come and let us smite him with the tongue, as many of you do today. Smite him with the tongue by way of character assassinating. And let us not, please take note, and let us not give heed to any of his words. And note, they love to say his words, just like they said my words. But these are not our words. They are the words of your Creator that you should fear. Thus it reads, give heed to me, Yahweh, and hearken to the voice of them that contend with me. Shall evil be recompensed for good? For they have digged a pit for my soul. Remember that I stood before thee to speak good for them and to turn away thy wrath from them. Therefore, look how mad he getting. Look Even though he loved you, he's still thinking about himself, and he's still thinking about how y'all is treating him. So he's said to the Creator, one that is listening to him, therefore deliver up their children to the famine, and pour out their blood by the forces of the sword, and let their wives be bereaved of their children, and be widows, and let their men be put to death. I ain't said all this yet. Let their young men be slain by the sword in battle. Let a cry be heard from their houses when thou shalt bring a troop suddenly upon them. For they have digged a pit to take me, and hid a snare for my feet. Yet Yahweh thou knowest all they counsel, and he do, against me, to slay me. Forgive not their iniquity, neither blot out their sin from thy sight. But let them be overthrown before thee. Deal thus with them in time of thy anger. After saying all that, we find in the 20th chapter, we're moving on, trying to get up to the last chapters that we're going to use. So now we find ourselves in the 20th chapter. And what we find in the 20th chapter is a lamentation that is not in the books of lamentation, but a lamentation from the weeping prophet. And it picks up at the 7th verse. And let's read. O Yahweh, thou hast deceived me, and I was deceived. Thou art stronger than I, and has prevailed. I am in derision daily. Everyone mocks me because you got me telling them what you said. For since I speak, and we know when it started, since he was a little boy. For since I speak, I cried out. I cried violence and spoil, because the word of Yahweh was made a reproach unto me, and a daily derision, and a derision daily. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name. And I'm a witness that I had the same spirit. I done said many times I thought people that I done got discouraged because I thought people is not listening to thus said Yahweh. It's the same thing that this man is saying. Thus it reads in the 9th verse. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name. But his word is in my heart as a burning fire, shut up in my bones. And I was weary with the forbearing, and I could not stay. For I heard the defaming of many, fear on every side. Report, say they, and we will report it. All my familiars watch for my halting. They was hoping like heck that brother shut up. Saying, peradventure, he will not entice, and we shall prevail against him, and we shall take our revenge on him. What is the revenge? Because you don't know how to discern between the holy and the unholy? You mad? Because Yahweh put this word in my mouth to confirm every word? You mad? You want revenge? But Yahweh is with me as a mighty terrible one. Therefore, the reason why my prosecutors shall stumble, and they shall not prevail. They shall not be greatly ashamed, for they shall not prosper. Their everlasting confusion shall never be forgotten. but Yahweh of hosts that triest the righteous and seest the ruins and the heart, let me see thy vengeance upon them. For unto thee have I opened my cause. Sing unto Yahweh, praise ye Yahweh, for he hath delivered the soul of the poor from the hand of evildoers. Cursed be the day wherein I was born. Let not the day wherein my mother bare me be blessed. Cursed be the man who brought tidings to my father, saying, a man child is born into thee, making him very glad. And let that man be as the cities which Yahweh overthrew, and repent not. And let him hear the crying in the morning, and the shouting at noontide, because he slew me not from the womb, or that my mother might have been my grave, and her womb to be always great with me, like a miscarriage. Wherefore came I forth out of the womb to see labor and sorrow, and that my days should be consumed with shame. So that was a lamentation that he brought forth because of what he constantly endured, because of all the murmuring that he constantly endured, even though Yahweh put this burden on that man. Yahweh is the one knew him and created him from the womb and told him to tell them all that he said. And he was a man to do it, and he did it. Thus, it tells us that he prophesied against the kings in the 22nd verse, but I want to pick up at the 23rd verse, or the 23rd chapter, should I have said. And let's start reading from the first verse, because these are more words that Jeremiah had to cry out to his brothers and sisters who were called Israel and Yehudah. And this 23rd verse is going to run us straight to some more words that he had to cry out to help us come to a conclusion of the weeping prophet dealing with Jeremiah books. Thus, it tells us in Jeremiah, the 23rd chapter, woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pastors, said Yahweh. And how could you destroy and scatter the sheep of his pastor by confirming and witnessing every word? You can't. So the only way you are destroying them, the only way you are scattering them, is by not confirming and witnessing every word, by you leaning upon the imagination of your own evil heart. That will truly scatter and destroy the sheep. The second verse reads, therefore thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, against the pastors that feed my flock, or against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. So when the sister need her question asked, it ain't answered. For it says, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings, said Yahweh. And I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, whither I have driven them, and will bring them again to their foes, and they shall be fruitful and increase after he take them from you. And I will set up shepherds over them, people that fear Yahweh, it says, and I will set up shepherds over them, which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking. the knowledge of the holy ones. Said Yahweh, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will raise into David a righteous branch. For Yahweh promised David a son. He never promised David to come back to life. That's hocus pocus. It says, I will raise into David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days, please take note, according to time and place, shall be in his days, Yehudah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely. And this is his name, whereby he shall be called Yahweh our righteousness. Therefore, please take note, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that they shall no more say, Yahweh live, which brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but Yahweh live, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country, and from all countries whither I have driven them, and they shall dwell in their dwellings, it reads, and they shall dwell in their own land, which denotes all of the Israelites dwelling in their own land. It continued to allow us to know that Jeremiah continued to preach against the false and lying brothers of Israel. It says, my heart within me is broken. Because of the prophets, all my bones shake. I am like a drunken man. I am like a man whom wine does overcome. Because of Yahweh and because of the words of his holiness. For the land is full of adulterers. For because of swearing, the land mourns. The pleasant places of the wilderness are dried up, and their course is evil, and their force is not right. It ain't right. It ain't right how you treat us. It ain't right how you done talked about us. It's not right how you done kicked us out. For both prophet and priest are profane. Yea, in my house have I found their wickedness, said Yahweh. Wherefore their way shall be into them as slippery ways. And that's exactly what they are doing when we bring out the truth. They are slipping all over the place. It says, as slippery ways in the darkness, they shall be driven on and fall therein. For I will bring evil upon them, even the year of their visitation, said Yahweh. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Samaria. They prophesied in the Lord and caused my people to err. I have seen also in the prophets of Jerusalem an horrible thing. They commit adultery, laying with another man's wife, and walk in lies. They stripping also, note, and walk in lies. They stripping also the hands of evildoers, that none does return, because the gift blind the eyes of the wise. And when you make them arrays, knowing they don't know the book, they won't return, because the gift blind the eyes of the wise. It reads, from his wickedness, they are all of them into me as Sodom, and the inhabitants thereof as Gomorrah. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, concerning the prophets, behold, I will feed them with wormwood, that is poison, and make them drink the water of gall, that is poison. For from the prophets of Jerusalem is profaneness gone forth into all the land. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, hearken not into the words of the prophets that prophesies unto you. They make you vain. And it is truly vain to say you are keeping the Sabbath in a polluted land. They make you vain. It is truly vain to teach that you are paying tithes in enemy's land, a defiled land. It is truly vain to have you walking around talking about you are set apart when you are in the midst of evil, in the midst of uncleanness. It is truly vain. Thus it reads, they speak a vision of their own hearts. They're going to tell you, well, I know the scriptures tells us that the Israelites paid tithes every year and every 3 years, every year in the place that Yahweh placed his name, and every 3 years at your gates. Well, we got something better. We got a better vision. You just pay it every week. Matter of fact, we got a better one than that. Just pay it when you get it. Well, the Almighty said, words like that, they speak a vision of their own heart and not out of the mouth of Yahweh. The only way you're going to speak out of the mouth of Yahweh, you must take us to the chapter and verse and speak it with understanding, or you are not speaking the words of Yahweh. The 17th verse, they say still unto them that despise me, Yahweh hath said, ye shall have peace. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. And they shall say unto everyone that walk after the imagination of their own heart, Shabbat shalom. No evil shall come upon you. For who have stood in the counsel of Yahweh? I have, and have perceived and heard his word. I have. Who have marked his word? I have, and heard it. Behold, a whirlwind of Yahweh is gone forth in fury, even a grievous whirlwind, and it shall fall grievously upon the head of the wicked. The anger of Yahweh shall not return until he have executed, until he have performed the thoughts of his heart. In the latter days, as we are in this day, but it was talking about the latter days of Jeremiah. In the latter days, ye shall consider it perfectly, as we do this day. For the 21st verse reads, I have not sent these prophets. Somebody else anointed them. They bragging about a letter they got in the office where somebody else have appointed them. The Almighty said, I know, because I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel, which denote every word that Yahweh have said and done, but if they had stood in my counsel and have caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil ways and from the evil of their doings. And all your brother Samuel has ever said to you, first and foremost, is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus, it tells us in the 25th chapter of Jeremiah. I'm going to backtrack to the 24th, but I want to hit 25 and 27 first. So let us go to Jeremiah 25. And we're doing good time. So we should be able to get all this in and open up for at least an hour of comments and questions. It tells us in the 25th chapter of Jeremiah, still dealing with the weeping prophet. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Yehudah in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah of Yehudah, that was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon. the which Jeremiah the prophet speak unto all the people of Yehuda and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, from the 13th year of Josiah, the son of Amon, king of Yehuda, even to this day, that is the 23rd year, the 23rd year, the word of Yahweh have come into me. And I have spoken unto you, rising early and speaking, but ye have not hearkened. And Yahweh has sent into you all his servants, the prophets, rising early and sending them. But ye have not hearkened, nor incline your ear to hear. They said, turn ye again now, not when you get in captivity. It says, they said, all the prophets, even Jeremiah, rising up early, they said, turn ye again now, every one from his evil way, and from the evil of your doings. And dwell, please take note that they are in the land. Ain't no prophet came in captivity telling them to turn back to Yah and keep his commands. It was in the land. Thus it read, and dwell in the land that Yahweh have given unto you and to your fathers forever and ever. And go not after other gods, to serve them and to worship them, and provoke me not to anger with the work of your hands, and I will do you no hurt. Yet ye have not hearkened unto me, said Yahweh, that ye might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, because ye have not heard my words, behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, said Yahweh, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will bring them against this land, and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all these nations round about, and will utterly destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and a perpetual desolation. Moreover, I will take from them the voice of merit. When you find yourself in captivity, you should not have lyrics of merit, but you should have lyrics of mourning. For it allows us to know, I will take from them the voice of merit and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom. That's why, and the voice of the bride. That's why we find ourselves not married more than the married. We find ourselves not married. Several boyfriends, several girlfriends, several baby mamas, several baby daddies, but not married because you're being punished. It reads, what verse did I leave off? The 9th verse. Again, sorry about that, I lost my space. And will bring them against this land and against... Okay, sorry about that. We're in the 10th verse. Moreover, will I take from them the voice of merit and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstone. That's why most of us is in poverty. Most of us is unemployed. Most of us don't have no job, because the Almighty said in the punishment, the sound of the millstone. That is one of the main things we labored with. Well, that's gone. You ain't hearing that? And the light of the candle. And this whole land shall be desolate and astonishment. And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And people tell me all the time, I ain't serving the enemy. You sound like a fool. I ain't serving the enemy. Well, not only is you not serving the enemy, you're also not obeying the words of your Creator. Thus, let us turn to the 27th chapter. In your spare time, read all the words of these chapters that I have not been able to read. That way it will answer a lot of your questions like, why did he punish these other nations? If you read all of the 25th chapter, you will find out that the cup of wrath was not just given to Israel, but all the neighboring nations. You think Yahweh going to punish his children and not punish you? The 27th chapter, please. And it reads, in the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Yehudah, came this word into Jeremiah. He's still weeping. He's still crying out all that Yahweh said, and his brothers and sisters hate him for it. Thus said Yahweh to me, make these bonds and yoke and put them upon thy neck. He had to emulate what they was going to go through. And send them to the king of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of the Amorites, and to the king of Tarshish, and to the king of Zidon, by the hand of the messenger which came to Jerusalem, and to Zedekiah, king of Yehudah, and command them to say unto their masters, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, thus shall ye say unto your masters. For all those that believe that we are not under the enemy's law and not under the enemy's rule, please read this chapter carefully and confirm every word. For the 4th verse reads, and command them to say unto their masters, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, thus shall ye say to your masters, I have made the earth, the man and the beast that are upon the ground, by my great power. We read about the potter. And by my stretched out arm, and have given it into whom it seemed meant to me. And now have I given all these lands, including the land of Canaan, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant. And the beasts of the field have I given him also to serve him. So not only was we to serve him, but even the beasts of the field. And all nations shall serve him, and his sons, sons, until the very time of his land comes, meaning until you are delivered and go back to your own land. It reads, and then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him, meaning at the time end and you return back to your land, then you'll be serving off of Nebuchadnezzar. But until that time, you got to bow down and serve Nebuchadnezzar, his son, his son's son, that's all the way to the grandson. It reads, and it shall come to pass that the nation, please circle this, and kingdom, which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke. And we read in Jeremiah 5, they done broke the yoke. So as many people did not agree with this, and they was destroyed. And they hated Jeremiah for telling them this. It says, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish, said Yahweh, with the sword, and with the famine, and with the pestilence, until I have consumed them by his hand. You're still going to be consumed by him. Therefore hearken not, please take note, therefore hearken not ye to your prophets, nor to your diviners, nor to your dreamers, nor to your enchanters, nor to your sorcerers, which speak unto you, saying, ye shall not serve the king of Babylon. And I have had many people say that to me. But look what Yahweh called him. Yahweh called them things that they don't supposed to be. He calling them sorcerers. He calling them enchanters. He calling them dreamers. He calling them diviners. And he also called them prophets. But look at the negativity that Yahweh placed upon them, only because they are speaking against the said Yahweh. Thus it reads in the 10th verse, for they prophesied a lie unto you, to remove you far from your land, and that I should drive you out, and ye should perish. But the nations, please take note, the reward of obedience, even if it says to bow down, it says, but the nations that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, just like Daniel did, those will I let remain still in their own land, said Yahweh, and they shall till it and dwell therein. I speak also to Zedekiah, he a king of Yehuda, according to all these words, saying, bring your neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, king, and his people, and live. Why will you die? Look what's going to happen if you don't serve him. Die and thy people by the sword, by the famine, by the pestilence, as Yahweh has spoken, against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon. But that ain't all that was said. If we go back a couple of chapters to the 24th chapter, let's see what else he cried out for their good. And it reads in the 24th chapter, the very first verse. Yahweh showed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were set before the temple of Yahweh, after that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away captive Jehoiakim, and the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, and the princes of Yehuda, with the carpenters and smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. 1 basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are fresh ripe, and the other basket had very knotty figs, which could not be eaten. They were so bad. And please take note of the distinction. Why do Yahweh call 1 basket good and the other basket bad. Could it be the good basket is the one that keeps saying they under the law and that they under the Sabbath and that they can pull their own self up by their bootstraps and say they self? Or could it be those that bow down to the king as Yahweh said? Let's read and see. For it tells us in the 3rd verse, then said Yahweh unto me, what seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, figs. The good figs, very good. And the evil, very evil. That cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Again, the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Yehudah, whom I have sent out of this place, and to the hand of the Chaldeans for their good. For I will set my eyes upon them for good, because they are hearkening to what I said, because they have bowed down to the king. You can't serve 2 kings in one house. Thus, you ain't in Yahweh's house in Babylon. You in his house, and Yahweh told you to serve him. It reads, I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them and not pull them down. I will plant them and not pluck them up. And I will give them an heart to know me, and that I am Yahweh, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim, for they shall return unto me with their whole heart. And as the evil figs, which cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Surely thus said Yahweh, so will I give Zedekiah, and he was one of the evil ones. He was king. He was too proud to bow down. And it says, so will I give Zedekiah, the king of Yehudah, and his princes, and the residue of Jerusalem, that remain in his land, and them that dwell in the land of what? Egypt. That's where they ran to. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. For their hurt, not like the good figs. For the good figs, it was for their good. For the bad figs, it says for their hurt, to be a reproach, to be a proverb, a taunt, and a curse. In all places whether I shall drive them. And I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave unto them and to their fathers, just because they refused to bow down to their master, the enemy, like their creator commanded them. So, the cup of wrath was given to all Israel and Yehudah and the neighboring cities, to where we get to the point where they find themselves in captivity. And the Almighty is speaking to the good figs. And we will pick up that talk in the 29th chapter of Jeremiah. And I'm going to close on that note, dealing with the weeping prophet and reading out of the book of Jeremiah with this particular chapter, and then we will jump straight into the Lamentations. Jeremiah the 29th chapter will be the last chapter we will use dealing with the weeping prophet. Thus, we hear him weep once again in the 29th chapter, the very first verse. Now, these are the words of the letter that Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem and to the residue of the elders which were carried away captive, and to the priests, and to the prophets, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away captive from Jerusalem to Babylon. After that, Jehoiakim, the king, and the queen, and the eunuchs, please take note, and the princes of Yehuda and Jerusalem, and the carpenters and the smiths were departed from Jerusalem by the hand of Elish, the son of Shaphan, and Gemariah, the son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, sent into Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, saying, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, and to all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem into Babylon. Build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives, and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminish. And seek the peace of the city, whether I cause you to be carried away captive. It even telling you to seek the peace. And don't just seek the peace, it says, and pray unto Yahweh for it. For in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. Not in the things you have devised, not in the things that you done conjured up, but it says in your prayer, for in the peace thereof shall you have peace. And then it comes right back, making sure you are not hearkening to the bad figs. For it reads in the 8th verse, For thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams, which ye have caused to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely into you in my name. He's going to let you know they're going to still use my name. That's the only way they're going to get you. It says again, for thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams, which ye cause to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely into you in my name. I have not sent them, said Yahweh. For thus said Yahweh, that after the time is fulfilled, it reads, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you. When Yahweh visit, it denotes he has come to save Jacob from his troubles. It says, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you, and causing you to return to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. After the expected end, look what happens. What many people saying is happening now, but they are called a liar. They are called the bad figs. They are called diviners. They are called dreamers. But the Almighty lets the good figs know that after the expected end, the 12th verse reads, then shall you call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken to you. And ye shall seek me. A lot of people say, no, we're going to seek him by doing the laws and this, that, and another. What Almighty said, that's a liar. It says, after your time is up, and ye shall seek me and find me. When ye shall search for me with all your heart, and I will be found of you, said Yahweh. And not only will I be found of you, but I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places, whether I have scattered you, whether I have driven you, said Yahweh. And I will bring you, the good figs, again into the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. I'm going to go ahead and read the whole chapter because that's going to end our portion of the weeping prophet reading out of the book of Jeremiah. I might just go ahead and close it with the 30th chapter. So right now we find ourselves in the 29th chapter, and I want to pick up at the 20th verse in the 29th chapter. Excuse me, the 17th verse in the 29th chapter is what I want to pick up. And it reads, thus said Yahweh of hosts, behold, I will send upon them the sword, the famine, and the pestilence, and will make them like the vile figs. That's the evil figs. I will make them like the vile figs that cannot be eaten. They are so evil. And I will prosecute them with the sword, with the famine, and with the pestilence, and will deliver them to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a curse, an astonishment, and an hissing, and a reproach among all the nations, whether I have driven them. Why? Because they have not hearkened to my words, said Yahweh, which I sent into them by my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them. But they would not hear, said Yahweh. Hear ye therefore the word of Yahweh, all ye of the captivity, whom I have sent from Jerusalem to Babylon. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, of Ahab, the son of Koliah, and of Zedekiah, the son of Messaniah, which prophesied a lie unto you in my name. Behold, I will deliver them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall slay them before your eyes. And of them shall be taken up a curse by all the captivity of Yehudah, which are in Babylon, saying, Yahweh make thee like Zedekiah and like Ahab, whom the king of Babylon roast in the fire, if you don't do what he said. It says in the 23rd verse, because they have committed villainy in Israel, and have committed adultery with their neighbors' wives, and have spoken lying words in my name, which I have not commanded them. Even I know, and I am a witness, said Yahweh. Thus shall thou also speak to Shemaiah the Nethalemite, saying, Thus speak Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, saying, because thou hast sent letters in thy name, and to all the people that are at Jerusalem, and to Zephaniah, the son of Maaseiah, the priest, and to all the priests, saying, Yahweh hath made thee priest in the stead of Jehoiada the priest, that ye should be officers in the house of Yahweh. For every man that is mad and make himself a prophet, that thou should put him in prison and in the stocks. Now therefore, why hast thou not reproved Jeremiah? You can't. That's the same as saying, why ain't you debated Jeremiah? You can't. Why ain't you corrected him? You can't. It says again, now therefore, why hast thou not reproved Jeremiah of Antioch, which make himself a prophet to you? And that's what men always say when they lean on their own understanding, or they've been made a prophet by some man. They don't see you as no prophet. Well, Jeremiah, as we read with our own eyes, was a prophet by birth. But they hard-headed brothers didn't understand that. The 28th chapter verse, the 28th verse reads, for therefore he sent into us in Babylon, saying, this captivity is long. Build you houses, dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them. And Zephaniah the priest read this letter in the ears of Jeremiah the prophet. Then came the word of Yahweh into Jeremiah, saying, send into all them of the captivity, saying, thus said Yahweh concerning Shemaiah, the Nemanite, because that Shemaiah had prophesied unto you, and I sent him not. And he caused you to trust in a lie like all of them doing today. But Yahweh had not sent them. The 32nd verse says, therefore thus said Yahweh, behold, I will punish Shemaiah, the Nethanite, and his seed, and he shall not have a man to dwell among this people, neither shall he behold the good that I will do for my people, said Yahweh, because he's going to kill him, because he have taught rebellion. When you teach you are under the covenant of the law, you are teaching rebellion. When you teach that you are under the Sabbath, you are teaching rebellion. When you teach that you are under the law of time, you are teaching rebellion against Yahweh. Thus, it tells us in the 30th chapter, and I will close the weeping prophet part on this note, and it reads, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, saying, write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, for there is a time and there is a season for everything under the sun, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel and Yehuda, said Yahweh. And I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it, which denotes all of the Israelites' dwellings. And these are the words that Yahweh speak concerning Israel and concerning Yehuda. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man does travel with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands upon his lions, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is, Israel, even the time of Jacob's trouble. But he, they, us, shall be saved out of it. We are waiting to be saved. For it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and I will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him, but they shall serve Yahweh their Elohim, and David their king, whom I will raise up into them. Therefore fear thy not, O my servant Jacob, said Yahweh, neither be dismayed, O Israel. For lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return after they are saved, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. For I am with thee, said Yahweh, again to save thee. Though I make a full end of all nations, whether I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee. But I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. That's why you can't keep the Sabbath today. According to the 43rd chapter, the 43rd verse of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, it allows us to know that you are being punished, and while you are being punished, the land being desolate will enjoy her Sabbaths. The 12th verse read, for thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable. As we read in the book of Jeremiah, saying that the summer passed and the winter and the harvest is over, but you still ain't saved. For it says in the 12th verse, for thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable, thy wound is grievous. There is none to plead thy cause, that thy mayest be bound up. Thy has no healing medicine. All thy lovers, everybody that you thought will help you and protect you, even when Israel went into Egypt, all thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not. For I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of thy iniquity, which you did in the land under the covenant of the law, because thy sin were increased. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable, for the multitude of thy iniquities, because thy sins were increased. I have done these things into thee. And your sin was not being increased in captivity, but he's referring to how you did not hearken to his prophets when he sent them rising up early, sending them, you continued on in your wickedness. So he's talking about what the people did in the land, being under the covenant of the law. Thus it reads, therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy adversaries, every one of them shall go into captivity, and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. This denotes when Yahweh saved you. This denotes what Yahweh said to Abraham in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and the 14th verse. This denotes what Yahweh said to Moses in Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 24th and the 25th verse. This denotes what Yahweh said to Moses to tell the children of Israel in Exodus, the 3rd chapter, the 7th verse to the 14th verse. This is what this denotes. This is what happens when you are saved. Yahweh promised Abraham, when your seed find themselves in a land that is not theirs, being servants and afflicted, that I will save them, and I will judge them whom they have served, and I will bring them out with a great reward each and every time. Thus it reads in the 17th verse, for I will restore health into thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh, because they called thee an outcast. That's what you're supposed to be listed as today. Well, we got people saying we Israel. We the holy Israel. We are sanctified. We are set apart. Not according to the prophetic message, you're not. It says, because they have called thee outcast, saying, this is Zion, who no man seek after. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob, tents, and have mercy. There go another one of those attributes, and have mercy on his dwelling places. No, his dwelling places, not captivity, but his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of you, it says, out of them shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me. Now when? Why we in captivity or after? It says again, I want to hit that same verse again, because it might have jumped over a lot of your heads, because your teachers teach you're in a congregation. Your teachers teach that you're supposed to have a congregation every Shabbat. Well, it says in the 20th verse, dealing with them being saved out of captivity, their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me, and I will punish all that oppress them. And their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them. And I will cause him to draw near, and he shall approach unto me. For who is this that engage his heart to approach before me? He better be clean, I know that. I bet he ain't in captivity, said Yahweh. And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, the whirlwind of Yahweh go forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind, and it shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. The furious anger of Yahweh shall not return until he have done it, and until he have performed the intent of his heart. Not the intent of your heart, but the intent of his. And the latter days, Israel, ye shall consider it. Let us all please turn to the book of Lamentation, and let's continue to hear the cry of the weeping prophet. Lamentation, the first chapter. For these are the words of Jeremiah, which consist of 5 different poems, and each poem denotes the trials and tribulations that Jeremiah seen upon Yahweh's people and upon the great land, Jerusalem. Thus, we find, and before I shoot that out, let's read one more thing to allow you to even lament and to have more to cry about. For it tells us in the last book of Jeremiah, which is the 52nd book, and we're just going to pick up at the 24th verse. And it allows us to know about the deportation into Babylon. And then we're going to cry out with this lamentation. Jeremiah 52, verse 24 to 34. And it reads, And the captain of the guard took Shemaiah, the chief priest, and look who they taking now, and Zephaniah, the second priest, and the 3 keepers of the door. He took also out of the city an eunuch, which had the charge of the men of war, and 7 men of them that were near the king person, which were found in the city, and the principal scribe of the host, who mustered the people of the land, and 60, which is 60 men of the people of the land, that were found in the midst of the city. So Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, took them and brought them to the king of Babylon in Riblah. And the king of Babylon smote them and put them to death in Riblah, in the land of Hamath. Thus Yehuda was carried away captive out of his own land. This is the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive. In the 7th year, 3,000 Jews, or I read 3,000 Hebrews, and 3 and 20. So 3,023 Hebrews. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, he carried away captives from Jerusalem 832 persons. In the 3 and 20th year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captives of the Hebrews 745 persons. All the persons were 4,600. And it came to pass in the 7th and 30th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, in the 12th month, in the 5th in the 5 and 20th day of the month, that Evil Mordecai, king of Babylon, in the 1st year of his reign, lifted up the head of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, and brought him forth out of prison, and speak kindly unto him, and set his throne above the throne of the king that were with him in Babylon, and changed his and changed his prison garments, and he did continually eat bread before him all the days of his life, eating the king's bread, the king of Babylon bread. And for his diet, there was a continual diet given him of the king of Babylon every day, a portion until the day of his death, all the days of his life. Thus we find Lamentation, the 1st chapter, the 1st verse. And it starts off with a question. And we should have the answer if we truly understood what the weeping prophet has said. How does the city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow? She that was great among the nations and princes among the province. How is she become tributary? She weeps sore in the night. And how is because they forsook the covenant of the law. They hearkened not to the prophets that Yahweh raised up early and sent them. That's how they became desolate. That's how they became a tributary. The 2nd verse reads, she weeps sore in the night, and her tears are on her cheeks. Among all her lovers, she had none to comfort her, even when they ran into Egypt. All her friends have dwelt treacherously with her. They are become her enemies. Yehuda is gone into captivity. Why? Because of affliction. and because of great servitude. And I ask my brothers and sisters, and many of you can witness, because I might have even said these same words to you. How are we under the Sabbath? How are we under the covenant of the law? Being in the land of our enemies, being under servitude and affliction. That is impossible. The only time you find yourself under servitude and under affliction is when you have broken the covenant of the law. Thus it reads, she dwell among the heathen. That's where you're going to find yourself when you're a servant and being afflicted among the heathen. She find no rest. There's no Sabbath in that day. All her prosecutors overtook her between the straits. The ways of Zion do mourn, because none come to the solemn feast. There is no solemn feast. There is nobody to even come. Why? Because the solemn feast is only done in the land of Jerusalem, not wherever you are at. Thus it read again in the 4th verse, the ways of Zion do mourn, because none come to the solemn feasts. All her gates are desolate. Her priests sigh. Her virgins are afflicted, and she is in bitterness. Her adversaries are the chief. Her enemies prosper, for Yahweh has afflicted you for the multitude of her transgressions. Her children are gone into captivity before the enemy, just like you and I. And from the daughter of Zion, all her beauty is departed. Ain't nobody seeing you as the holy daughter of Zion today. I don't care what you put on. It says again in the 6th verse, and from the daughter of Zion, all her beauty is departed. Her princes are become like hearts that find no plaster, and they are gone without strength before the pursuer. Jerusalem remembered in the days of her affliction and of her miseries all her pleasant things that she had in the days of old. Had. Don't got today, but you had. When her people fell into the hand of the enemy. And none did help her. The adversary saw her and did mock at her Sabbaths. So when you was in the land, the adversary came into the land. They mocked at those Sabbaths. They kicked in the door. The scriptures even tell us that Antiochus burnt a pig in the temple of the holies of holies. They mocked at her Sabbaths. The 8th verse. Jerusalem hath grievously sinned. Therefore she is removed. All that honor her despise her. As I said, they do not see you as the daughter of Zion, nor the son of Yahweh, because they have seen her nakedness. Yea, she sighed and turned backwards. And what would your nakedness be? It will be the charges that Yahweh has placed against you. All of your rebellion, all of your whoredom, all of your abominations denote your nakedness. And the enemies know about it too. It reads, nakedness, yea, she sighed and turned backwards. The 9th verse, her filthiness is in her skirt. She remembered not her last end. Therefore she came down wonderfully. She had no comforter. O Yahweh, behold my affliction, for the enemy hath magnified himself. The adversary has spread out his hand upon all her pleasant things. Talking about Jerusalem. She has seen that the heathen entered into her sanctuary, whom thy did command that they should not enter into thy congregation. All her people sigh. They seek bread. They have given their pleasant things for meat to relieve the soul. See, Yahweh, and consider, for I am become vile. Is it nothing to you, all ye that pass by? Behold, and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow, which is done unto me, wherewith Yahweh have afflicted me in the day of his furious anger. And please keep note of these words, because we got people teaching, according to Zephaniah, the 2nd chapter and the 3rd chapter, that the Almighty told the nation to gather themselves, O nation not desired, before the great wrath of Yahweh come. Read this, understand this, and let your brother and sister know that wrath been came. And it has done a terrible job upon us. It tells us in the 13th verse, for from above have he sent fire into my bones, and it prevailed against them, and has spread a net for my feet. He hath turned me back. He hath made me desolate and faint all the day. The yoke of my transgression is bound by his hand. They are wrenched and come up upon my neck. He hath made my strength to fall. Yahweh hath delivered me into their hands, from whom I am not able to raise up. Yahweh hath trodden underfoot all my mighty men in the midst of me. He hath called an assembly against me to crush my young men. Yahweh hath trodden the virgin, the daughter of Yehuda, as in a winepress. For these things I wept, as he always wept. That's why we call him the weeping prophet. I wept. My eyes ran down with water, because the comforter that should relieve my soul is far from me. My children are desolate, because the enemy prevailed. Zion spread forth her hands, and there is none to comfort her. Yahweh hath commanded concerning Jacob that his adversary should be around about him. Jerusalem is as a mistress woman among them. She is filthy today. Yahweh is righteous, for I have rebelled against his commandment. Hear, I pray you, all people, and behold my sorrow. My virgins and my young men are gone into captivity. I call for my lovers, the associates that you dealt with, those that you was confederating with, but they had deceived me. My priests and my elders gave up the ghost in the city, while they sought their meat to relieve their soul. Behold, Yahweh, for I am distressed. My bowels are troubled. My heart is turned within me, for I have grievously rebelled. Abroad, the sword bereaved; at home, there is as death. They have heard that I sigh. There is none to comfort me. All my enemies have heard of my trouble. They are glad that thou hast done it. Thy will bring the day that thou hast called, and they shall be like unto me. Just like he promised. I promised Abraham in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and 14th verse. Yahweh will get all them whom you have served. It tells us in the 23rd verse or the 22nd verse, let all their wickedness come before thee, and do unto them as thou hast done unto me. For all my transgressions, For my side are many, and my heart is faint. The second lamentation we find, Jeremiah is crying against Yahweh's punishment against Zion. The first cry was against the sorrows of Jerusalem and the condition she found herself in. The second lamentation is a cry for the punishment that Yahweh has laid upon Zion. Thus it reads in the second chapter of Lamentation, the very first verse, and it reads, how have Yahweh covered the daughters of Zion with a cloud in his anger, and cast down from heaven into the earth the beauty of Israel, and remember not his footstool in the day of his anger. Yahweh has swallowed up all the inhabitants of Jacob, and have not pitied. He hath thrown down in his wrath the strongholds of the daughters of Yehudah. He hath brought them down to the ground. He hath polluted the kingdom and the prince thereof. He hath cut off in his fierce anger all the horn of Israel, which denote the government. He hath drawn back his right hand from before the enemy. He burnt against Jacob like a flaming fire, which devour round about. He hath bent his bow like an enemy. He stood with his right hand as an adversary. He slew all that was pleasant to the eyes in the tabernacle of the daughters of Zion. He poured out his fury like fire. Yahweh was as an enemy. He has swallowed up Israel. He has swallowed up all her palaces. He has destroyed his strongholds. He has increased in the daughter of Yehudah mourning and lamentation. And he has violently taken away his tabernacle, as if it were of a garden. He has destroyed his place of assembly. Yahweh have caused the solemn feasts and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. If they are forgotten where they are commanded to be done, then they are truly not being done wherever you find yourself. It reads, Yahweh have caused the solemn feasts, the latter part of the 6th verse again, and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. He hath despised in the indignation of his anger the king and the priests. Yahweh hath cast off his altar. He hath abhorred his sanctuary. He hath given up into the hand of the enemy the walls of her palaces. They have made a noise in the house of Yahweh, as in the day of a solemn feast. Yahweh hath proposed to destroy the wall of the daughters of Zion. He has stretched out a line. He hath not withdrawn his hand from destroying. Therefore, the reason why he made the rampart and the wall to lament, they languish together. The 9th verse reads, her gates are sunk into the ground. He hath destroyed and broken her bars. Her kings and her princes are among the Gentiles. The law is no more. When you find your butt in captivity under the master that is the enemy, you are not under the law. You are not to be under 2 laws in one household. Today you find yourself in the enemy land, in the enemy's house, and you are under his law and you live therein. Thus it reads one more time in the 9th chapter. And if I'm wrong, prove your brother wrong this day. It says her gates are sunk into the ground. He hath destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. Is that a fact? Absolutely. Well, the next sentence must be a fact. The law is no more. Her prophets also find no vision. Look at the vision that these so-called prophets have been giving us. They denote no vision from Yahweh. The elders of the daughters of Zion sit upon the ground and keep silent. They have cast up the dust upon their heads. They have grieved themselves with sackcloth. The virgins of Jerusalem hang down their heads to the ground. My eyes do fail because this brother loved Israel, and he see what has happened. Thus it reads, my eyes do fail with tears. My bowels are troubled. My liver is pulled upon the earth for the destruction of the daughter of my people. Because the children and the suckling swamp in the streets of the city. They say to their mother, where is corn and wine? When they swamped as the wounded in the streets of the city. When their soul was poured out into their mother's bosom. What thing shall I take to witness for thee? There's nothing. What thing shall I liken to thee, O daughter of Jerusalem? What shall I equal to thee, that I may comfort thee, O virgin daughter of Zion? For thy breach, that people talk like they got the strength to men. It says, for thy breach is great like the sea. Who can heal thee? Well, we just had some sisters and brothers that just went to Washington, and they said that's what they was going to do, but to no avail. They wind up back in their prospective cities, back under the master, living therein. The 14th verse reads, thy prophet has seen vain and foolish things for thee, and they have not discovered thy iniquity to turn away thy captivity, but have seen for thee false burdens. And it's truly a false burden. If they tell you about time, that's a false burden. If they tell you about the Sabbath or being holy in this land, that is a false burden that they put up on you. And then many of you is looking in the mirror and saying, yeah, how can I do it? I just can't see me doing it. But the man that you got teaching me keeps saying we under it. It is a false burden. And causes of banishment. All that pass by clap their hands at thee. They hiss and wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem, saying, is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty, the joy of the whole earth? Not when they are being punished, it ain't. But check us out when we in obedience. The 16th verse reads, all thy enemies have opened their mouth against thee. They have hissed and gushed their teeth. They say, we have swallowed her up. Certainly this is the day that we look for. We waiting on them to be disobedient. We have found and we have seen it. Yahweh have done that which he have devised. He had fulfilled his word that he had commanded in the days of old. That is in the wilderness. That's what you find in the book of Exodus, in the book of Numbers, in the book of Leviticus, in the book of Deuteronomy. Well, he done did it. He have thrown down. He have not pitied. He have caused their enemy to rejoice over them. He have set up the horn of thy adversaries. Their heart cry unto Yahweh, O wall of the daughters of Zion. Let tears run down like river day and night. Give thyself no rest. Let not the apple of thy eye cease. Arise, cry out in the night. In the beginning of the watches, pour out thy heart like water before the face of Yahweh. Lift up thy hand toward him for the life of thy young children that faint for hunger in the top of every street. Behold, Yahweh, and consider to whom thou hast done this. Shall the woman eat their fruit, and children of a span long, according to the testimonies they did? Shall the priest and the prophet be slain in the sanctuary of Yahweh, based on the testimonies they were? The young man and the old lie on the ground in the streets. My virgins, my young men are fallen by the sword. Thou hast slain them in the day of thy anger. Thou hast killed and not pity. Thou hast called as in a solemn day my terror round about, so that in the day of Yahweh's anger none escaped, none remained. Those that I have swallowed and brought up with my enemies consumed. The third chapter, Jeremiah continued to cry out, and he crying out about repentance and the hope that Yahweh will remember the covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and save thy people. Thus it reads in the third chapter, the first verse. I am the man that seen affliction by the rod of his wrath. He hath led me and brought me into darkness, but not into light. So we ain't in light right now. The law, the judgments, the statutes, the ordinances, the covenant of the law denote light. Well, not today it don't, because you're not under it. Surely against me is he turned. He turned his hand against me all the day. My flesh and my skin have he made old. He hath broken my bones. He hath built against me and compassed me with gall and travail. He hath set me in dark places as they that be dead of old. He hath hushed me about, or hedged me about, that I cannot get out. He hath made my chain heavy. And that chain was that yoke, it says. Also, when I cry, he shout. When I cry and shout, he shut it out my prayer. He hath enclosed my ways with heaving stone. He hath made my paths crooked. He was, and you can't make them straight until he make it straight. Even though we got many people saying that they was able to make the crooked things straight. That is a lie. For it reads again, he hath enclosed my ways with heaving stone. He hath made my paths crooked. He was unto me as a bear lying in wait, as a bear lying in wait, and as a lion in secret places. He hath turned aside my ways and pulled me in pieces. He hath made me desolate. He hath bent his bow and set me as a mark for the arrow. He hath caused the arrows of his quiver to enter into my ruins. I was a derision to all my people, and their song all the day, as I am today, because they don't believe what we're teaching today. He hath filled me with bitterness, and what we're teaching today is these words of lamentation. He hath filled me with bitterness. He hath made me drunken with wormwood. He hath also broken my teeth with the gravel stone. He hath covered me with ashes, and thou hast removed my soul far off from peace. There is no Shabbat Shalom. I forgot prosperity, and I said, my strength and my hope is perished from Yahweh. Remembering my affliction and my misery, the wormwood and the gall, my soul have them still in remembrance, and is humbled in me. And that's what you should be today. But we're not. We're prideful. We under the law. We kings and queens. The 21st verse read, this I recall to my mind, therefore have I hope. It is of Yahweh's mercy that we are not consumed. That is the only reason we are still alive, because his compassion fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Excuse me. Yahweh is my portion, said my soul. Therefore will I hope in him. Yahweh is good, and to them that wait for him. I hear everybody talking about, well, we got to do something to get back. Well, why don't you ever acknowledge what he tells you to do? And that's wait. It says, Yahweh is good unto them that wait for him, to the soul that seek him. It is good that a man should both hope and quietly wait for the salvation of Yahweh. Because this crying prophet told you over and over again that you must be saved. The 27th verse reads, it is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth. He sit alone and keep silent, because he have borne it upon him. This is not given accidentally. This is done because of what those people did, being under the covenant of the law and being in the land. It says, he put his mouth in the dust. If so, there may be hope. He gives his cheek to him that smite him. He is filled full with reproach. For Yahweh will not cast off forever. But though he cause grief, please take note, yet will he have compassion according to the multitude of his mercy. For he does not afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of man, to crush under his feet all the prisoners of the earth, to turn aside the right of a man before the face of the Most High, to subvert a man in his cause. Yahweh approves not. Who is he that said, and as many of our teachers is guilty and indicted with this verse, who is he that said, and it come to pass when Yahweh command it not? So all those things that our brothers have ever taught us that is not based on the word, is not word for word that Yahweh said, they will never come to pass. Never. Out of the mouth of the Most High proceed not evil and good. It's one or the other. There's a time for evil and there is a time for good. Wherefore does a living man complain, a man for the punishment of his sin? Let us search and try our ways and turn again to Yahweh. Let us lift up our hearts with our hands and to Elohim in the heavens. We have transgressed and have rebelled. Thou hast not pardoned. Thou hast covered with anger and prosecuted us. Thou hast slain, thou hast not pitied. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud, that our prayer should not pass through. Thou hast made us as the offscoring and refused in the midst of the people. All our enemies have opened their mouth against us. Fear and a snare is come upon us, desolation and destruction. My eyes run down with rivers of water for the destruction of the daughter of my people. My eye trickle down and cease not without any intermission. Till Yahweh look down, please take note, until Yahweh look down and behold from heaven. My eyes affected my heart because of all the daughters of my city. My enemies chase me sore like a bird without cause. They have cut off my life in the dungeons, and many of our lives have been cut off in these hellholes, in churches and in these prison houses, and that they call the joint, and cast a stone upon me. Waters flow over my head. Then I said, I am cut off. I called upon thy name, O Yahweh, out of the lowest dungeons, out of these jails that we find ourselves in. Thou hast heard my voice. Hide not thy ear at my breathing, at my cry. Thou drawest near in the day that I called upon thee. Thou said, fear not. Yahweh, thou hast pleaded the cause of my soul. Thou hast redeemed my life. Yahweh, thou hast seen my wrong, judge thy my cause. Thou hast seen all their vengeance and all their imaginations against me. Thou hast heard their reproach, Yahweh, and all their imaginations against me. The lips of those that rose up against me and their devices against me all the day. Behold, they're sitting down and they're rising up. I am their music. Render unto them a recompense, Yahweh, according to the work of their hands. Give them sorrow of heart. Thy curse unto them. Prosecute and destroy them in anger from under the heaven of Yahweh. And I will close with the 5th chapter of Lamentation. Let us all go to the 5th chapter. The 4th chapter denotes a siege that befell them, and it allows us to know the condition of the people. So you can read that on your spare time. I'm going to go straight to the plea for Yahweh mercy, and that will be the end of the part of the weeping prophet and the request that Lamentation 1 and 3 be taught. Lamentation, the 5th chapter, the 1st verse, and it reads, remember, Yahweh, what is come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach. Our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens, foreigners. We are orphans and fatherless. Our mothers are as widows. We have drunken our water for money. Our wood is sold into us. Our necks are under prosecution. We labor and have no rest, because there is no Sabbath. We have given the hand to the Egyptians, and we're going to show that, and to the Syrians to be satisfied with bread. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities, because our teeth wind up being set on edge, because we was born into hell. We're not the ones that sinned. We're not the ones that broke the covenant of the law, but we woke up in hell. We were born into hell. It says, again in the 7th verse, our fathers have sinned and are not, meaning they're dead. And we have borne, carried their iniquities. Servants have ruled over us. There is none that does deliver us out of their hand. We got our bread with the pearls of our lives in those cotton fields, working for master day up, the day of sun up to sundown. It says, because of the sword of the wilderness. Our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. A lot of people read them verses and say, well, right here it say we black. No, it's denoting the famine that you have endured. They ravished the women in Zion, and the maidens in the cities of Yehuda. Princes are hung up by their hands. The faces of the elders were not honored. They took the young men to grind, and the children fell under the wood. The elders have ceased from the gate, the young men from the music. The joy of our heart is ceased. Our dance is turned into mourning. The crown, Israel, is fallen from our head. Woe, damned into us that we have sinned. For this our heart is faint. For these things our eyes are dim. Because of the mountain of Zion, which is desolate, the foxes walk upon it. Thy Yahweh remainest forever. Thy throne from generation to generation. Wherefore dost thou forget us forever and forsake us so long time? And please take note of this last request. It says, turn thy us into thee. It don't say we're going to turn into you. Jeremiah is asking Yahweh to turn thy us into thee, Yahweh, and we shall be turned. So when Yahweh ready, and he ready to turn us back to him, guess what? We shall be turned. Ain't no mystery to it. It says, turn thy us into thee, Yahweh, and we shall, not we might, but we shall be turned. Renew our days as of old. But right now, based on what we see today, based on what we're crying about today, it reads in the 22nd verse, but thou hast utterly rejected us. Thou art wroth against us. That is the end of the weeping prophet Lamentations. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. And give your brother one quick second. Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. We should be able to knock this out, the last few parts, within a half an hour. That way we could open up for comments and questions at 9 o'clock. Give me 1 second, please. Shalom, Israel. Sorry about that. We all should be in the book of Ezekiel. And we're going to pick up in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. I am starting at Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, to give you a better insight of what we will find in the 37th chapter that was requested that we teach on today. Many people have the thought that Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, deals with resurrection, and many people have the thought that those people that is found in Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, are actually in the grave, and the Almighty had Ezekiel to tell the living that a bunch of dead people was going to come back to life. And we must prove by confirming every word and by witnessing the truth that that is not so. So we will do so by using the 36th chapter, the 37th chapter, and the 39th chapter of Ezekiel. And if we turn our Holy Scripture to Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, let's pick up I think I want to pick up at the 17th verse, Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. Yes. Let's pick up at the 16th verse. That way we know for sure who is speaking. And it reads in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, the 16th verse. Moreover, please read the whole chapter in your spare time. It deals with the future restoration of Israel. The 16th verse reads, Moreover, the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, this is prophet Ezekiel. Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, their dwellings, they defiled it by their own ways. And note, a lot of these words going to sound just like the weeping prophet, because Ezekiel is one of the what's the word I'm looking for? Not commentary, but one that follows after the one before him. And that's what Ezekiel denotes. Ezekiel came after Jeremiah. So a lot of the words we hear that Ezekiel speak is going to remind you of what you just heard Jeremiah say. Thus, the 17th verse reads again, Son of man, a contemporary is what I was looking for. Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own way, and by their doings. Their way was before me as the uncleanness of a removed woman. Wherefore I poured my fury upon them. Here is the proof that the furious wrath of Yahweh have already fallen upon the children of Israel. Ezekiel is after what is said in the book of Zephaniah. The 18th verse reads, Wherefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, their land, not the blood you shedding in America, but the blood that they had shed on the promised land, and for their idols wherewith they had polluted it on the promised land. The 19th verse, and I scattered them among the heathen, and they was dispersed through the countries. According to their way and according to their doing, I judged them. So if you find yourself in the enemy's land, you have already been judged. So you can Knock away that false teaching that many of your teachers have taught you, that Yahweh is coming to judge you how you live in hell. The scripture lets us know by this verse, if you find yourself in hell, you have already been judged, at least the people that committed the crime. The 20th verse reads, and when they entered into the heathen, whether they went, they profaned my holy name. How? When they said, not the Israelites, but the enemies, when they said into them, these are the people of Yahweh, and are gone forth out of his land. If y'all remember the story in the wilderness, in Numbers the 14th chapter, Yahweh was going to kill the Israelites for being disobedient. And Moses told and asked and requested Yahweh that he kill not his children, because the nations that heard thy fame, that heard about you taking them out of Egypt, will only say that he brought them in the wilderness to kill them, because he did not have the power to deliver them. So when you find yourself in the enemy's land, it is a profanement toward Yahweh, because you're supposed to be with the Creator, the one that shows you all that might and wonders. You're supposed to be in his midst, but you forsook him, and he had to cast you out. Thus it reads in the 21st verse, but I had pity, not because of what you're doing, not because of how you understand Deuteronomy 30. If you truly read your Holy Scripture, the volume of the book, it lets you know what took precedence over Deuteronomy 30. And I'm about to read it right here. It says, but I had pity for my holy name's sake, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathen, wherever they went. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I do not this for your sake. I do not this because you done told some people to turn back to me, and you trying to do that which is clean in an unclean place, because you trying to do that which is holy in an unholy place. It says, thus said Yahweh, I do not this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathen wherever you went. And I will be sanctified, or I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathens, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim. When? When I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. How are you going to do that, Yahweh? For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own dwellings, to your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you. Well, we know in Proverbs 30, the 12th verse, that says there is a generation that will be pure in their own eyes, which have not been cleansed from their filthiness. Well, I might say they ain't clean. This is how they're going to be clean. It says, for I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries and bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthy filthiness, and from all your idols will I cleanse you. Not only that, a new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes. And ye shall what? Keep my judgment, which many of these fake teachers will readily tell you we are not here to judge. So it allows you to know that we're not under the covenant of the law, but it says, and ye shall keep my judgments and do them. Not just read about them, but execute them. Live therein. And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Again, Israel, if you didn't believe Jeremiah, believe Ezekiel. I will also save you from all your uncleannesses, and I will call for the corn, and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree, and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach or famine among the heathen. Then shall ye remember your own evil ways, and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations. Again, Israel, in case you doubt it, it says, not for your sake do I this. It won't be because you practicing anything, said Yahweh Elohim. Be it known unto you. Be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel, talking about paying tithes every week and all that. The Almighty said, be ashamed and confounded for that mess. That was your own ways. The 33rd verse reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquity, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the wastes shall be built, and the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lie desolate in the sight of all that pass by. And they shall say, this land, please take note, and they shall say, this land that was past tense desolate is become future tense like the Garden of Eden. And the waste and the desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, build the ruined places and plant that was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. The 37th verse tells us, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel. And we were only to inquire of Yahweh. When we find our butts in the New Testament, you are inquiring of something that Yahweh commanded his children never to do. And all you got to do is remember Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, the 30th to the 32nd verse. He told the Israelites not to inquire about how they serve their gods. You are only to inquire about your God. And your God is letting you know in the last days when he saved your butt, it says in the 37th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in her solemn feasts, so shall the waste cities be filled with the flocks of men. And they shall know at that time that I am Yahweh. After saying that, the next thing that Ezekiel says is found in the 37th chapter. And for some reason, people read what is in the 36th chapter, if they was introduced to the 36th chapter, and somehow their teacher done slick that the next chapter denote that the whole nation is dead. How could that be after those great words that you just read in the 36th chapter of Ezekiel? How in the heck can the 37th chapter denote a dead nation? Let's read. The 37th chapter, the first verse, the hand of Yahweh was upon me and carried me out. When you read verses like this, it deals with prophetic visions. It deals with metaphors. It says the hand of Yahweh was upon me, and that hand carried me out in the spirit of Yahweh and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open field, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, Master Elohim, thou knowest. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. And the only people that Yahweh have ever spoke to tell them to hear the word is the living. These people is alive. But let's read. The 5th verse reads, Thus said Yahweh Elohim unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath, Barak, to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. So I prophesied as I was commanded. And as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking. And the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. So they had to have, even though the prophetic message is showing them coming, being created as a man, as Adam was, he was just that until breath was put in him, and then it says he became a living soul. So the soul that we're reading about is dead. He is spiritually dead until this prophetic message wakes him up, which will denote the breath. For it reads, And when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then he said unto me, Prophesy into the wind, which denote the breath. Prophesy, son of man, and say unto the wind, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, Come from the four winds, O breath, see, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. And that's exactly how we will be once Yahweh put that new spirit and that new breath in us. And the key verse is this 11th verse. Please circle it, for this is the key verse to get understanding of this 37th chapter, to allow you to know this is not talking about a dead man. Because if it is, you will not be able to call yourself Israel, because all the Israelites are dead. And we know that's not true. We know they came out of Babylon. We know that Ezekiel, the 37 chapters before Babylon, before they came out of Babylon. Thus, the 11th verse says, then he said unto me, son of man, dealing with the prophetic message, these bones are the whole house, not some of them, the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried. So, we teaching that the dead is speaking. We teaching that the dead said they dried, and our hope is lost. We teaching that the dead is speaking and saying that their hope is lost, according to Proverbs, according to many of the chapters that we're going to try to bring out dealing with the dead. It allows us to know that the dead don't have no hope. The dead don't have no reward. The dead don't have a memory. But here we see where it says, then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dry. A dead man don't talk. Our hope is lost. The dead don't have no hope. We are cut off from our parts. The dead ain't worried about being cut off from the congregation, nor any of his brothers. He dead. The 12th verse reads, therefore, reason why, prophesy and say unto them, no, prophesy and say unto them, you do not prophesy to the dead. They don't hear you. So if he commanded to prophesy, it is to someone that can hear you. Prophesy and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your grave. And do what? And bring you into the land of Israel. Well, let's think a little bit. Did not Jeremiah say that Yahweh was going to bring Israel out of captivity and bring them back to the land? If we read further chapters before you get up to the 37th chapter of Ezekiel, did not Ezekiel tell the people that Yahweh was going to visit them out of Babylon and bring them back into their land? That is the exact same thing you are reading in the 12th verse. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. When I open your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your grave, and shall put my spirit. That spirit is going to bring you back to life. That spirit is going to have you being that living soul where you can hear all that Yahweh say and do it, as I just read in Ezekiel the 36th chapter. It says, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live. And I shall place you in your own land. Then shall you know that I, Yahweh, has spoken it and performed it, said Yahweh. And when we look at that 14th verse, the Almighty only spoke it and said it dealing with the living. how they will be brought out of the land of their captivity and placed back in their own land. So the graves that you are reading about denotes the land of your captivity. It denotes the land where you are spiritually dead because you're not under the covenant of the law no more, and you find yourself under the enemy's law. So your hope is lost because it's been a long time coming. So your hope is lost. And not only that, look at the following verses. The following verses denote the reunion of Yehuda and Israel. Well, why is there a reunion when the people is dead? Let us turn to the 39th chapter. Read the rest to make sure you see what I see, but read the rest of the 37th chapter. But due to time restraint, I want to go straight to the 39th chapter. It's talking to the same people, and it allows us to know that this could never mean, or the 37th chapter could never meant that Israel was dead and in the grave, because the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, starting at the 21st verse, let us know that those people that was told to be in a grave was restored. Thus it reads in Ezekiel 39, verse 21 to 29. And it reads, and I will set my glory, the same people they was calling dead and in the grave, the Almighty denote them as his glory, among the heathen, the graves, the cities and towns and country of the enemies. And all the heathen shall see my judgment they have, that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yahweh their Elohim from that day forward. And the heathen shall know that the house, please take note why the heathen is in a place called the graves. It says, and the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword, according to their uncleanness, and according to their transgression have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. Therefore thus said Yahweh Elohim, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy on the whole house. The whole house, well, you just read in Ezekiel 37, the whole house dead. But the Almighty said, allowing us to know what that death denotes and what that grave denotes. It denotes them being in their enemy land. And the Almighty said, I'm bringing the whole house out of captivity, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and I will be jealous for my holy name. When is all this going to happen? After that they have borne the same words, the same terminology that Jeremiah used, after that they have borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely, not in captivity, but in their land, and none made them afraid, when I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. but I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them any more there. Neither after the sentence will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my spirit. Could that be the same spirit we just read about in the 37th chapter, the 11th verse? Absolutely. It says, I have poured my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh. So, hopefully, we've seen without a shadow of a doubt, Ezekiel 37 has nothing to do with resurrection, nor was they dead, but they were in the graves that denoted the cities of the nations that they were driven and scattered to. I just wanted to add two more scriptures. It is right on time, 8:58. I just wanted to add these couple of scriptures with Daniel 12 and teach that we agree with every word, we confirm every word, and what is written in Daniel, we believe every word. We just are seeking Yahweh in that particular chapter and verses understanding, and we do so by using the volume of the book. And the reason why I've stated that what is written in Daniel, the 12th chapter, the first 3 verses, is what your brother called Johnny come lately, because what is initially said, it does not denote resurrection, but it denotes longevity and a long life, prolonging one's life. And we have words of wisdom that tells us about when one dies. And I would like to give a couple words of wisdom. Then I want to show y'all what the Almighty said that will happen to Israel after they come out of captivity, or that grave you just read about in Ezekiel 37. And then I will end by showing y'all the longevity of the generations of Adam. And it lets us know, in the beginning, Yahweh had no thought about man coming back to life. But what his desire was that man live upon the earth long, long time with him. And not die and come back, die and come back, die and come back. Thus, let us take a quick look at the book of the book of Ecclesiastes. The book of Ecclesiastes. And I just want to shoot this out, then we can open up, and that way if you got questions dealing with this, you can go ahead and ask. Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter. This is words of wisdom. These are the words that Yahweh blessed this man to understand. Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in the 5th to the 8th verse these words. Whoso keep the commandment shall feel no evil thing. And a wise man's heart discern both time and judgment. A lot of our brothers ain't wise in heart because they don't know how to make a discernment between time and place. Because to every purpose there is time and judgment. Therefore the misery of man is great upon him. For he know not that which shall be. For who can tell him when it shall be? Well, we got people saying that you're going to die and come back to life. There is no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit. That's what keeps you alive. Without the spirit, you're dead. Neither have he power in the day of death. And there is no discharge in that war. neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it. So what we find here is that no man had power over the spirit to retain it, and it takes the power, the spirit, to keep you alive. Well, did the Almighty let Solomon know that no man had power over the spirit, nor do they have power to retain it? When the Almighty done, the body goes back into the ground from which it came, and the spirit goes back to him that gave it. Also, in the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes, if we read the first 5 verses, and it reads, "For all this I considered in my heart, even to declare all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of Elohim. No man knows either love or hatred. By all that is before them, all things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous," please take note, "and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean and the unclean, to him that sacrifice and to him that sacrifice not. As is the good, so is the sinner." Meaning they all got one thing coming. "And he that swears as he that fears an oath," the 3rd verse reads, "This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun, that there is one event into all." And let's see if that event denotes what Daniel, the 12th chapter, says. "Yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their hearts while they live, and after that they go to the dead." The 4th verse reads, "For to him that is joined into all the living there is hope." There is always hope to the living, for Yahweh said that he is the Elohim of the living. I have not seen where he said he is the Elohim of the dead. I have seen over and over again that Yahweh has proclaimed that he is the Elohim of the living. When you talking about the Elohim of the dead, you have dived in the New Testament. We don't inquire of no New Testament. So again, it tells us, "For to him that is joined to all the living, there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion." So you could have been a lion all that time, but you ain't nothing to that dog when you die. The dog got precedence over you because he's living. It tells us, "For the living know that they shall die." What? It says, "For the living know that they shall die, but the dead knows not anything." Well, what about what we read? Well, you ain't going to know that when you die. It says, "But the dead knows not anything, neither have they any more a reward." Well, it sounds like in Daniel, the 12th chapter, you die, there's a reward because he's going to bring you back up. Well, the wisdom that Yahweh gave Solomon says, "Neither have they any more a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten." I don't see how the book supposed to be written in a remembrance of you in the book, when the Almighty told Solomon, and he gave him this wisdom to tell his people that when a man dies, son, there is no more reward. When a man dies, son, there is no memory of them. All the memory of them is forgotten. Like they say, out of sight, out of mind. A lot of time when a person dies, even you forget them. And one more place I would like to throw in right quick is Isaiah, the 65th chapter. I wanted to show Genesis, but we can show that if somebody asked about it in the comment and question part of the presentation. But right now, let's go to Isaiah 65, dealing with this death. Isaiah 65. And I want to show something that I think a lot of us has overlooked. And it denotes what Yahweh said at the beginning, even to the end. For this, Isaiah 65 denotes Israel coming out of captivity, being brought back home. And I'll go straight to the point. But what I need to acknowledge is the 17th verse says that this, for behold, I create a new heaven. Please take note. And a new earth. This is not talking about the earth that we own today is going to be totally destroyed, and he's going to create another one. Yahweh don't make no mistakes. The Almighty said the earth will be inhabited forever. But it does tells us, for behold, I create a new heaven and a new earth. And the former shall not be remembered. Meaning the things that was done shall not be remembered, nor come to mind. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create, for behold, I create Jerusalem, a rejoicing, and her people a joy. Just talking about the spirit that's going to be on the land and the people. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people, and the voice of weeping shall be no more heard. It's gone. No more mourning. In her, nor the voice of crying. It's going to be gone when Yahweh creates this new heaven and this new earth, when this great spirit is given to the land and the people. And look what else it says. There shall be no more hence an infant of days, nor an old man that have not what? Fulfilled his days. For the child shall die. It shall what? We already read, said the living know that it should die. So even though this is a time where Yahweh done created a new heaven and a new earth, he's still letting you know that you're going to die. It says, 100 years old. It says, for the child shall die 100 years old. It's back to longevity. It's back to the theme of prolonging one days. Not resurrection, but the sinner being 100 years old shall be accused. So even though the Almighty might have spared him to live long, he will be accused, accursed, shall I say. But what it tells us is that an old man will fulfill his days, and the child shall die 100 years old. I'm using this to ask my brothers and sisters that think that we are truly under a resurrection. Well, this denotes deliverance. This denotes a new heaven and a new earth. This denotes Yahweh reestablishing his people, putting that one spirit upon them, where it is no more crime, where it is no more misery, where they can truly rejoice. And I must ask you, when the child died at 100 years old, is he being reborn? Will he be reborn? Will this old man that fulfilled his day, will he be reborn? And I got to ask you, how many times do you be reborn? You mean to tell me that Daniel, the 12th chapter, is saying every time you die, I'm going to bring you back to life? Because that's what this is saying. This is saying that when the Almighty brings his people back and he put this great spirit upon them, no more dying of miscarriage, no more old man not reaching his days, or even a child. A child should die at 100 years old. Well, let me ask the wise man, when the child died at 100 years old, do he come back? And if you say, yeah, I got another one for you, how many times do we get to come back? After he bring him back, he live another 100 years old. He died because he says he's going to die. Do he come back again? How many times is the resurrection is, I guess, what I'm asking. It tells us in closing, the 21st verse, they shall build houses and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They should not build and another inhabit. They should not plant and another eat. For as the days of a tree, please take note, are the days of my people. And a tree do not live forever. And my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth for trouble. For they are the seed of the blessed of Yahweh. And this is the blessed. And it letting you know how the blessed going to go about. And their offsprings with them. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. And while they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock. The dust shall be the serpent meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy at all my holy mountain, said Yahweh. We're going to end on that note. I might try to shoot these last few chapters and verses that I had dealing with the dead, coming from Genesis 2 and 9, Genesis 3:19, Genesis 3:19 to 24, and Genesis 5:1 to 32. So if we got time in the comments and questions, I might can get that in. If not, I'll give them to you again. You can write them down, and you can see where your brother was going and showing that the volume of the book deals with longevity and prolonging one life. That will be the end of the Weeping Prophet. We will open up for comments and questions. Is there are comments dealing with what we brought forth today or anything else that is on your heart and your mind?
Shalom.
Shalom. Please tell us who you are and where you're from, and to make sure everybody get a turn, 2 minutes per comment and question. Is there any comments or questions?
This is Brother Shemuel. This is Brother Eliakim. Greetings. And I just have a question. If the child is going to die at 100 years old, and the old man, how did you get to be old man?
100 years old is old, bro. See, your child, what it's saying is, no more child miscarriage, no more child only living to be 25 and 30. The child will live to be 100 years old, and that will truly denote an old man.
Well, I have a problem with that because
I'm not single.
you can't be a child and an old man at the same time.
I think this is the terminology being used. The terminology being used is start off by saying, there shall no more since an old an infant of 100 days, of an infant of days, nor an old man that has not filled his days. You get that part? Before you go to the child being 100 years old, do you get what the first part says in the 20th verse?
What does it say? In a relationship.
I believe that it's saying that that a man who lives to be like they did.
Somebody need to mute their phone. We can't hear.
Beyond.
Hey, mute your phone and turn your phone down. That way we can hear the person comment or question very clear. Please mute yourself while they talking. Go ahead, brother. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I thank you. What I go back to is how old, and Yahweh said everything gonna go back to the way it was. So how old did people get to be? Look at Methuselah and so on and so forth. I believe that that's making a reference, or I don't believe it, but I think it may be, or at least I'm of the opinion that may be just referring to children will be considered to be 100 years old, because the people in the old days lived to be over 900 when they were living righteously. And the fulfillment of days just simply means that a man will fulfill what Adam and Eve wasn't able to do. That's what I'm saying. And on the resurrection, I believe, this is my opinion, and I'm going to do some more research, but I believe it's only referring to the fact that there's only one resurrection, and when that resurrection happens, the scripture says that there's only going to be two resurrections of Israel, those to eternal shame and those to eternal glory. So how do you explain that?
I explain it as it is written. I accept every word. I'm just bringing out the points dealing with the volume of the book, that before Daniel, before the prophets of Daniel, or the prophetic message of Daniel, everything was about longevity and prolonging one days. And I said I would have shown Genesis, the 5th chapter, to show how long one actually lived under Adam's generation. And that book deals with 10 generations of Adam before the flood, and then we got in the 11th chapter of Genesis 10 generations after the flood. So it's dealing with generations before the flood and generations after the flood. Well, we know before the flood, the Almighty said, my spirit, which gives you life, shall not always strive with men. Therefore, his days will be 120 years. And what we just read in Isaiah 65, it allows us to know that these men will live to be old. They will live to fulfill their days. And a child shall live, it says, and note what it says. It says in the 20th verse, it says, nor. So first it talks about there shall be no more hence an infant of days. No more. Nor,
verse 65.
Nor, the 20th verse, nor any old man that have not filled his days. This is the promise. You're going to live longevity, be given life. It says, for the child shall die 100 years old. But the sinner being 100 years old, and that's a part that I think people have missed, it says, but the sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed. Let me shoot something at y'all right quick. In the book of Ezekiel, in the book of Ecclesiastes, where I went at first dealing with this, it tells...
Brother, before you start, What chapter? What book and chapter was that? Because I keep hearing 65. You mean 55?
I was just reading from Isaiah, the 65th chapter, the 20th verse.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'm going to Ecclesiastes. Real quick, just to end and to deal with your question and your comments. Ecclesiastes.
Okay.
Let me get there. I think I want to go to the 9th chapter. No, it's the 8th chapter. And what we find in the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, please take a look at the 12th verse. And this 12th verse go hand in hand what we just read in Isaiah, the 65th chapter, the 12th verse. For it reads, not the 12th verse, whatever verse that was, I think it was the 11th. But it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, the 12th verse denotes what we just read out of Isaiah, the 65th chapter, the 20th verse. And it reads, though a sinner do evil 100 times. It ain't saying 100 years. It says 100 times. And his days be prolonged. Yet shall I know that it shall be well with them that fear Elohim, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked. Why not? Because we just read in Isaiah, the 65th chapter, it says, but a sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed. So it won't be well for the wicked, even though his days might be prolonged. It says in the 8th verse, 8th chapter, the 12th verse, though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear Elohim, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow, because he feared not before Yahweh. So it allows us to know that his days will not be prolonged as the righteous. And it allows us to know in Isaiah 65, it's talking about the righteous. It's talking about these people that Yahweh had made right, that he had put this spirit on them, and with this spirit on them, they will fulfill their days, and they know that they're going to die.
Okay. Yes, I do. I agree with you. They are going to die, but the difference is they will fulfill their days.
Absolutely.
And I agree with that 1,000%. That's what I got. And the other last thing is that fulfilling their days, you can't put a number on that. I believe that's according to each spirit that Yahweh has given.
Well, that's great, and we ain't got nothing against your belief. It just ain't written like that. It don't say nothing like that, but we ain't got nothing against you.
Well, no, I don't mean that I believe that, but I'm saying that the possibilities are there. There's no cap or limit on what that means. Just like when he says, to me, when it says that, he's going to resurrect, there is a resurrection coming. I used to didn't believe in the resurrection, but now that I've been studying, I do believe in the resurrection. And it does say that there will be those that will be resurrected of Israel to everlasting shame. Now that doesn't sound like a short period, and to everlasting glory. So whatever this is speaking of, I know we do to clarity. I'm not arguing about it, but I just thought I would bring it out. And thank you for bringing the light to that, brother.
Great comment, great point. But we still must take in consideration what Yahweh said, dealing with the flood. He said that his spirit should not always strive with men. Thus I knock their days down to 120. Well, later on in retrospect, dealing with a new heaven and a new earth. It says that men shall fulfill their days, and a child shall live to be 100 years old before he dies. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Please say your name and where you're from.
My
name is Sabat. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Shauna. I have a question about Jeremiah 23:5 when you was reading about King David. Unto David, it's like a descendant. Are you saying that a descendant of David will be king, or is it saying that David is king?
It will be the descendant of David. Before David died, before you got to Jeremiah 23, before you get to Ezekiel 34, before you get to Psalms 111, the Almighty had already promised David what will come after David, and that was a seed. If we take a look, let me just answer what you said right quick. If we take a look at Psalms 89, that's a good place to go.
Okay.
Psalms 89 tells us in the first part, a lot of people don't even hit the first few verses. They go down to where it talk about David, dominion, and all that. But let's take a look at the first part of the chapter, Psalms 89. And it reads, let me get there. If we take a look at the very first verse, it reads, I will sing of the mercies of Yahweh forever with my mouth, and I will make known thy faithfulness. What is the faithfulness? What he promised David. Okay. To all generations. It reads, for I have said mercy shall be built up forever. Thy faithfulness shall be established in the very heavens. And please take note of the third and fourth verse. I have made a covenant with my chosen. Who is this chosen that you made a covenant with, Yahweh? It says, I have sworn unto David, my servant. What did you swear unto David while he was alive? It reads in the fourth verse. Thy seed will I establish forever and build up thy throne. Hold on. It's David's throne, but how is David's throne going to be built up? By bringing David back? Or is it his seed? It says in the fourth verse, thy seed will I establish forever and build up thy throne to all generations. So David's throne, no matter what generation it is, if it's built back up, it is by his seed. And I got one more place to go to in this great chapter, and it's found in the 34th verse, because we just read, I made a covenant with my chosen. Well, let's see, can that covenant be ever changed? It says, my covenant in the 34th and 35th verse. In the 36th verse, it says, my covenant will I not break, nor alter. Well, if you put David back, you altered it. That ain't what Yahweh going to do, nor is that what he said. It says, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David. His seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. Is it David or his seed?
His seed, I see.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I see.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yes. This is Brother Nariah from Peoria, Illinois.
Hallelujah.
And I was looking at, you said that Yah requires what is past. Okay, in the book of Genesis, when Adam and Eve was in the garden, if they wouldn't have sinned, they would have lived forever?
If they wouldn't have sinned, they would have lived forever?
I said, if they wouldn't have sinned, would they have probably lived forever?
I don't like to suggest or like that. I'd rather go with what the book say. And
What's the book say?
Hold on, brother. That's a good question, because that allows us to go to the scriptures that I said we will probably be able to bring out.
Right. I want to go to this one scripture after I find out if they didn't sin before then, did they get everlasting life? Because I was looking at in 36 and 35, where it says, "And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and desolate ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited." And it says, in the 38th verse, "As the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem are solemn feast, so shall the waste city be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I am Yahweh." Okay, well, those same people, as we read also in Isaiah, know that they would die. Even though their life be prolonged, they know that, I'm just trying to explain it, brother, that they will die. So let's turn to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. Let's let the scripture talk. Let's turn to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. All right. And what we find in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, if we look at the 9th verse, it tells us, "And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food." And note what the tree was called: the tree of life. Also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 13th, but I want you to make sure you understand that one of the trees was the tree of life. And this particular tree is what allowed one to live forever. Well, let's go to the 3rd chapter, and let's take a look at the 19th verse. And it says in the 3rd chapter, the 19th verse, "In the sweat of thy face," even though this is after they sin, it don't say nothing about that further in the 2nd chapter, so that's why I'm going to the 3rd. It says in the 3rd chapter, the 19th verse, "In the sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread, till thy return into the ground. For out of it was thou taken, for dust thy art, and to dust shall thou return." That's why I tell people, don't be getting cremated if you can help it. But a lot of times, once you die, you don't have no say-so, so your knucklehead children or whoever wind up burning you up. But it allows us to know, for the dust thy art, and to the dust thy shall return. And then it reads, in the 20th verse, it reads, "And Adam called his wife, named Eve, because she was the mother of all living. And to Adam also, and to his wife, did Yahweh Elohim make coats, skins, and clothe them." The 22nd verse says, "And Yahweh Elohim said, Behold, a man is become as one of us, to know good and evil," because he done ate of that tree. And now, least, he ain't did it yet, but it says, "And now, least he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever." So you cannot live forever. The intention was not for you to live forever unless he allow you to eat of the tree of life.
Thus, the 23rd verse read, therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, sent him forth to till the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man and placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims with a flaming sword, which turned every way. For what? To keep the way of the tree of life. So if that cherubim is guarding the tree of life with a flaming sword, that denotes that no man can live forever. Now, we can say, hold on, let me say this. We can say, well, the question was, would man live forever if he didn't sin? It don't say that. It says what happened after Adam and Eve sinned. It don't say that man could live, or it don't even say that man had the privilege to even touch the tree of life. So the only way you can live forever if you was able to eat of the tree of life, and the Almighty never gave Adam and Eve the authority to touch the tree of life. Do you get that, brother?
Yes. I also wanted to ask you this because, when y'all talking about giving us a new spirit and new heart where you can't sin, so I was wondering, in his kingdom, he was talking about sinners, you saying, in there. So if y'all renew your heart and give you a heart of flesh and a new spirit and this and that, but they saying you still can sin though. So my thing is this. So I was just trying to figure out. Sometimes I'll be looking at this stuff and like, is it two kingdoms to come or something? Because you get in Isaiah where the lion gonna eat straw like the ox. They will not hurt or destroy in my holy mountain. And something got to be changed for that to happen.
Well,
the lion eating straw like the ox. Whooping the lamb laying together.
That's the spirit. It tells us even in that chapter, it's the spirit that changes.
Yeah. Well, I just feel a lot of different things and heard a lot, I'm just questioning, but I'm always open. But I see what you're talking about though.
Absolutely.
I already know you're gonna die. I already know that. That ain't no. I mean, you can look at life in general and see that everybody gonna die.
Absolutely.
My mom and dad died, and they mom and dad died, and it goes on and on and on.
Absolutely. All the way from the mother of all living to our mothers today. So we're going to continue to die, and the Almighty going to continue to bring us back up by way of seed.
Yeah, I see.
Hallelujah.
I see.
Is there any other comments or questions?
No more comments and questions? Wow.
Is there any other comments or questions? Because I heard they love comments. They love to ask their questions. So it's open. I need to hear all your questions. Don't hold nothing back. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
Now, that's one thing I like about. Go ahead.
All right, I have a question. It's Johanna, and I guess I'm a little bit confused. So, and what you're saying is based on the scriptures. So, if say you were a single person, you never had children, and you live in, departing from evil, fearing the Most High Yah and departing from evil, but you don't have no offspring or nothing. So once you die, that's just it. There's nothing to look forward to.
Well, I thought I heard you say a couple of weeks ago what you looking forward to is the longevity that the Almighty showing you mercy with, that you actually be able to fulfill your days. Now, if you got some children, that's great. But if you don't, you only dealing with you. You're not dealing with a seed if you don't have a seed. You're only dealing with you. And that which you hoping in is that you be part of the remnant and that the Almighty allow you to live all of your days. That is a blessing in itself. That a man, that's what we just read in Isaiah the 65th chapter. We read about the blessings under the new heaven and the new earth. And what did that denote? Living your days to the full. Longevity is the blessing under the new heaven and the new earth.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, brother. And we got to keep it fair because it's a lot of people on here. So I want everybody to get their opinions. If ain't nobody asking no question or making no comments, then you can ask another one.
Yeah, I respect that.
Is you fulfilled with that, sister, or we need to go somewhere else? Because I can only tell you what is written. I can't come up with nothing better. I can only show you what's written.
That's for sure. All right, so what about when it says those that demonstrate wisdom, and I think it's demonstrate wisdom and knowledge, they're going to shine as bright as the firmament?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, explain that one for me, please.
I can only explain it as it is written, and let's go there.
Okay.
Let's go there, Daniel 12. And what we find written in Daniel 12. And I believe every word because I haven't had anybody come to me and tell me how it is being resurrected. I haven't, so, and if you remember what it's talking about, it's telling Daniel in the last days. It even told Daniel that you was going to go ahead and die. But these things was going to happen in the last days. But with the poetic words that's being used, it denotes that those last days was 3.5 years. And they said, as I stated, that was an add-on to harmonize with the desecration of the sacrifices. So we got 3.5 years, but we also have this, as you just asked me about. The third verse says this. And they that be wise, teachers, shall shine as the brightness of the firmament. And they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. It lets us know, as this verse is written, they that be wise. And this wise, you look under 79:19, it denotes teacher. They that teach shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. And it just allows us to know that the illumination of righteousness will be upon those people. That's what I get out of that third verse. I don't see no more in that verse than what it is reading. They that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. And I asked last week, what is more righteous than turning a man to fear Yahweh and depart from evil? What is more righteous than that? So maybe it's talking about you. Maybe it's talking about how you will shine because of your integrity to turn men to righteousness by telling them to fear Yahweh and depart from me. That's my explanation. What about yours or anybody else?
Yes, this is by Tia Israel. Got a question about Daniel 12, where it says that some will be raised to everlasting life and some to everlasting shame and contentment.
As it reads, and many of them that sleep in the dust. And most times we find scriptures where it talks about people dying, and it talks about them sleeping with their fathers. So that could denote that those are the people it's talking about, and it says many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Well, in the chapter of Zechariah, the 14th chapter, it talks about how Yahweh and what Yahweh would do to all those that afflicted his children. And it talks about how they would have to come up. I think it's for the Feast of Ingathering or the Feast of Tabernacles. And if they didn't come up, that the Almighty would destroy them, and that they worm will, let me go there to say it as it is written. It talks about how they worm, that is the 14th chapter of Zechariah. It says, in the 17th verse, and it shall be that whosoever will not come up of all the families of the earth into Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite the heathen. And the plague is found in the 12th and 13th verse. The plague. It says that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. This shall be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. In that day shall there be upon the bells of the horses holiness unto Yahweh. And the pots in Yahweh's house shall be like the bowls before the altar. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and Yehuda shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts, and all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them and boil therein. And in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite in the house of Yahweh. So it's letting us know that these bad things will be over with. Yahweh going to punish everyone that afflicted Israel, and dealing with us, dealing with the Israelites, because that is what this is talking about. This ain't talking about the world. Daniel 12 ain't talking about the world. Daniel 12 talking about the Israelites. Michael was over the Israelites. So Daniel 12 is talking about the Israelites. So when we go back to Daniel 12, it says this again. And at the time shall Michael stand up, and the great prince will stand for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. It says, and many of them that is found written in the book that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. So I would think that this is based on their doings on earth, because we know in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, the last verse, the Almighty said that he would judge every man for his doings, for what he had done on earth, if it was done in secret or not. So those could be the only people that I could think of that would be in the book and that will wait to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
So everlasting life means what to those that are written in the book? They'll live forever?
I don't think it means forever unless they are able to eat of the tree of life. Based on what we have, the knowledge we have dealing with the tree of life, the only way you're going to live forever is you're able to eat of the tree of life. And I don't see nothing that says that you will eat of the tree of life. The tree of life is what causes us to live forever.
But I reprove that statement because in chapter, this is Brother Eliakim.
Well, hold on, Brother Eliakim, because her 2 minutes ain't up, and you just jumping in her 2 minutes, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Again, Israel, we still dealing with what is written in Daniel 12 and what is already said in the volume of the book. See, so that's the contrast. We got what is written in 12, and we got what is written in the volume of the book. Daniel 12 is what they considered as the clear scripture dealing with resurrection. No other scripture in the Old Testament is noted as a clear example of resurrection. So I'm showing both things. Even though the question is dealing with Daniel 12, I'm showing both what is already said and what is said in Daniel. And mind you, your brother done said several times, no matter what explanation I give, I done said several times that I believe every word that is found in the book of Daniel chapter 12. We just trying to figure out what it means. That's all we do. I'm not disagreeing with now word that is found in Daniel 12. We just trying to understand. And even in that day, when these things were said to Daniel, it says in the 4th verse, but thou, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. So hopefully knowledge be increased where we can understand these things. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, there stood other two, and one on the side of the bank of the river, and the other on that side of the bank of the river. And one said unto the man, clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, how long shall it be to the end of these wonders? And I heard the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand into heaven, and swore by him that lives forever, and there's only one that lives forever, and that is Yahweh, that it shall be for a time, times and a half. And when he shall have accomplished to scatter the powers of the holy people, all these things shall be finished. So is the holy people power scattered? Anybody can answer that. Is the holy power of the people scattered? Is the holy people power scattered?
We don't have no power.
Nope, because they don't have no power.
Yeah.
Again, stick with the story. Quit sticking ourselves in there. Stick with the story. It says, I heard a man clothed in linen, which was on the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand into heaven, and swore by him that lived forever. There's only one that lives forever, and that's Yahweh. Forever, that it shall be for a time, a times and a half. And when he had accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people, all these things shall be finished. I ask, have the power of the holy people been scattered? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We found all over the world. We on the four corners of the earth. How can not their powers be scattered? It's been done. Well, what else was said? It says, and I heard but I understood not. And that's all I'm telling you. Some of these things I just don't understand. And you're going to have to wait until it happens. But it says, and I heard, but I understood not. Then said I, O my master, what shall be the end of these things? And he said, go thy way, Daniel, for the word is closed up and sealed to the time of the end. So, in our search, we need to understand when was the end. In our search, we need to understand was the power of the holy people scattered, and all those things. These are all the things we need to understand. And Daniel was a man of Elohim, and he didn't even understand when it was told to him, and he didn't get another answer. He told him the book is closed.
Yes.
So that's the same thing being said to us. We're dealing with a book that's closed. We're dealing with a prophetic message that not only do we really don't understand, Daniel didn't even understand it when it was delayed to him, when it was given to him. So I'm not one that's going to try to mix and pick different things to try to make it sound right. No. That ain't your brother. I'm going to read it for what it says, and I'm going to give you the understanding of what I've read. And I understand not only do I really don't know what this is saying, but the man that it was given to didn't understand it. So it sounds like we're going to have to wait and see. You can teach what you want to teach about it, but you still going to have to wait and see.
Okay, so may I go to that chapter in Genesis? Okay.
Oh, Genesis.
So, Genesis chapter 2, verse 15 was what I was referring to, all the way through verse 17, I believe it is. And I'll read what I have, and you see if it lines up. It says, and Yahweh, the Creator, took the man whom he had formed and placed him in the garden of delight to cultivate and keep it. And Yahweh
Hello? Hello? I hope not.
Hello? Shalom?
Yeah. We still here.
I'm still here.
Still here. Still here.
I think he got dropped. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yes, I have one more.
Go ahead, sister.
Now, I've seen programs where people have said that they were, they lived before, right? And they having flashbacks of their past life. And so when they had flashbacks of the past life, they had somebody to go and do the research, and they actually found these people's families to verify all this stuff. Now, what do you think about that? Because I know we don't, in our scriptures, we don't hear about these things, and that's not something that we really deal with. But it's been so many people saying that they lived before and they was reincarnated.
I have nothing to say about that. I have no way of proving that, and I don't think they can prove it. I have nothing to say about that. The Almighty lets us know that He is the one to bring certain delusions upon people. So that might be the delusion that they have on them. I have no idea, and I have nothing to say about that.
Okay.
Because just like you stated, I teach the scripture by the law and the testimonies. And we can't show no testimonies where somebody of the house of Israel said they done died and they done came back to life and they among Israel and their parents and them start witnessing like, yeah, he died and he done came. I don't have nothing like that, sister. So I don't really speak. I don't like to give my own opinion, and I sure ain't going to lean up on my own understanding.
You know what? That's strange. You know why? Now that I'm thinking about it, it's never been our people anyway.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Shalom, Israel.
Brother Yamin. I don't know if you read it, but I wanted to go to Jeremiah 33. I started the 19th verse. And it says, and the word of Yahweh came unto Jeremiah, saying, thus said Yahweh, if you can break my covenant of day and my covenant of night, and that there should not be day and night in their season, then may also my covenant be broken with David my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and the Levites, the priests, my ministers. Basically, that's saying that there's going to always be a child coming from David's bloodline is going to reign as king.
Absolutely. And it's compared with the ordinances of heaven.
Right.
Yes, sir. And it's compared with the ordinance of heaven. So as long as you see the ordinance of the sun, as long as you see the ordinance of the night, the ordinance of day, as long as you see the ordinance of night, then that promise with David is confirmed that his seed will always sit upon his throne. His seed will always build, as it says in Psalms 89, the throne of David. And you're right, I didn't mention it, but in the 36th verse of Psalms 89, it says, his seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. It shall be established forever as the moon and as a faithful witness in heaven. So the Almighty is using the ordinances of the sun, the ordinances of the moon, the ordinance of heaven to establish this covenant that it will always be the seed of David, unless the ordinance of the sun, the ordinance of the moon, the ordinance of heaven is broken, and it is not. I think we've seen the morning this morning, and we are seeing the night this night. So the word that Yahweh promised to David is still intact, and that word is, thy seed shall build up thy throne forever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great comment.
Like the 24th verse as well. Sorry about that. The 24th verse as well. It actually said, considerest thou not what this people have spoken, saying the two families which Yahweh have chosen, he hath even cast them off. So it's letting you know that it's talking about seed and families.
And not only that, it really denotes a lot of our brothers and sisters, the way their mindset is. They done already forsook the house of David. They saying ain't no son coming on, sitting on David's throne. David gonna be on his throne himself. Well, you are one of those people that is mentioned in the 24th verse that my brother just read about. Read that 24th verse again, brother.
The 24th verse says, considerest thou not what this people have spoken, saying, the two families which Yahweh have chosen, he hath even cast them off, thus they have despised my people, that they should no more be a nation before them.
So the only way to be that nation is to continue with the Levites and to continue with David's seed. Other than that, y'all cutting the nation short. You're going to cut the nation short. Y'all got a dead man. People are teaching that a dead man is going to come back to life and rule over the living. Read the 26th verse, brother.
26th verse says, Then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David, my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them.
So it lets us know that the living is going to rule over Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's seed, not the dead. We're teaching that the dead is going to rule over the living. No, that ain't. We deal with the Elohim of the living, y'all. And he's going to always have the living ruling, not the dead.
My phone dropped the call, Brother Shemuel.
Yeah, we know. We know.
But what I'm trying to find out right now is what book and what chapter that you just read.
Jeremiah 33. My brother read, I think, from the 20th verse all the way down to the 26th verse. And it just allows us to know by confirmation that David's seed is the ones that's going to rule over Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Seed.
Agreed. Hallelujah.
Not the dead, but the living.
Absolutely.
Shalom,
so he is the God of the living. Yes.
Shalom, sister. Go ahead.
The same chapter that the brother just read is also important because the Levites are mentioned as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And the Levites are supposed to be our messengers of the covenant and our teachers and our instructors. And we don't have that today. So we could not be under the law because Yahweh said they will be the ones that be our instructors.
Oh, it's definitely not allowing us to know that we're not under the law. But I think Yamin used it to show, based on the sister question about was that David, according to Jeremiah 23. So he just put a little more stock on that to let us know that it's truly not David, but David's seed. The Almighty will not lie. He's not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. And he established his covenant with as it reads in the 25th verse, thus said Yahweh, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of the heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I just wanted to stress that ain't no dead seed or no dead man going to rule over the living seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Nowhere in the Bible does it ever say that.
Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Brother, were you able to finish that question I had about Genesis chapter 2, verse 15?
No, you dropped off and you was reading. So if you want to go back to that chapter and start reading, go ahead, my brother.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my phone been acting crazy. Okay, let me get back there. Genesis chapter 2, and here we go. All right, Genesis chapter 2, and it says, and this just is reference to everything, but it says Genesis chapter 2, verse 8, and Yahweh planted a garden eastward in Eden and placed there the man whom he had formed. And Yahweh made to spring up, also, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place, down below, verse 15.
That's why I thought you picked up last time, but go ahead.
Yeah, 15, thank you, brother. It says, and Yahweh, the Creator, took the man whom he had formed and placed him in the garden of delight to cultivate and keep it. And Yahweh, the Creator, gave a charge to Adam, saying, of every tree which is in the garden thou mayest eat freely, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, of it ye shall not eat, but in whatsoever day ye eat of it, ye shall surely die. So what I'm saying is this is making a reference back from the point about Adam not being told or that eternal life was not available to him. It was available to him. evidently, because the point was made that since he fell, they didn't want him to be able to live forever because he failed.
He haven't failed yet, according to the 17th verse. Read the 17th verse again. He haven't failed yet. The sin is in the 3rd chapter. So read the 17th verse and make sure you...
Okay. But of the tree, that's what I'm getting at, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, of it ye shall not eat, but in whatsoever day ye eat of it, ye shall surely die. So he's this is him laying down the law for Adam. That's the law of Adam. He can do whatever he wants in the garden of delight, even eat of the tree of life. The only restriction was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
The brother is coming back to the line. Just 1 second, please.
Oh, okay.
Brother Gershon, you still there?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes,
right,
yes, brother.
Go ahead,
brother. So I did read it. I read it. I'll read it again right quick. Hopefully I don't get kicked off again, but it's been a seesaw. 17 says, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, of it ye shall not eat. But in whatsoever day ye eat of it, ye shall surely die. So he had not sinned yet. So the provision to be able to eat off of the tree, because it was in the garden, the only reference to the tree of life not being touched was not because it wasn't available to him. It was that he was given a restriction not to touch the tree, look at it, touch it, smell it, sniff it, dream about it, whatever, of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Had he not failed, that tree of life would have been available to him. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that could have been after or before Adam and Eve had sinned, and that's what our brother Nariah had asked, would they have been able to live forever if they did not sin? Well, based on what you just brought up, and based on them sinning, it tells us again in the 22nd verse of the 3rd chapter, and Yahweh said, behold, a man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, because he done ate of that tree. And now he put forth his hand and take also the tree of life and eat and live forever. So eventually, they didn't want you to live forever. Thus, he put a cherubim around that tree that could allow you to live forever. The tree of good and evil wasn't going to allow you to live forever. But there was a tree, which was called the tree of life, and the Almighty put a cherubim around that tree where no one could touch that tree. So up to this day, there is none. I mean, we can go all the way back to Genesis where we at and say, well, maybe they could have lived forever. But up to this day, there is none that can live forever because the tree of life is being guarded. And that's my point. That's my point.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's fair enough. I'll leave that alone. I was just making a reference to resurrection, and that was where I got that, I guess you could say, hope from that verse in the 2nd chapter of Genesis. And it made sense to me that the resurrection might be referring to when it said the child will live to be 100. It sort of means right now we consider a teenager at the age of 17. And I know this is just my speculation and opinion. It doesn't mean anything other than that for this open discussion. But in those days, a child would be 100 years old. And so and I'm only getting that from looking at the pre-Noah flood of how old the generations how old they got to live to see their generations. That seems to be something that our Creator, Yahweh, wanted men to be able to see, because death didn't happen instantly to Adam and Eve. It took time. It was a process.
One thing we know about that story, though, once the children of Israel sinned, once the earth imagination was only evil, the Almighty told the reader that my spirit, which brings forth life, shall not always strive with men. So the Almighty is allowing us to know that his spirit is limited on man, and thus his days was going to be 120 years old. And then we got the whole history of Abraham being selected, the Israelites being chosen, and then their history, and we don't have nothing else until we get to Daniel, the 12th chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And Daniel said that those things will happen in the end. But when he said that, there is a statement saying a time, and a dividing of time. Mm-hmm. Do we know what that means? Do we know what a time and a dividing of time denotes?
Well, to me, asking me the question, I look at that as having to do with different periods in this process, meaning that one time was one way, a second time was another way, and then he's not going to allow us the third time to be a full third time, but a half a time. Now that's just the way I look at it.
And what do those times denote, though? You're just saying what is said was written. What do a time denote? What is the time period of a time? And the reason I'm asking you that, because it said again in the book of Daniel before we get to the 12th chapter. So it's definitely denoting a time.
Yeah, the time that I'm referring to is when the Creator brings his wrath down, like he did with the great flood, and then another period with some kind of his wrath coming down, and then whatever the halftime means, I don't know, but I always thought of it that way, and it doesn't mean that it's right. I'm not saying that, but that's how I thought it, and I put it out there because if I can get help with it, I definitely want to be, want my mind expanded. You know what I mean? So
absolutely. All you gotta do is look up the times and use the different material that's available to try to get a good understanding of what Daniel is talking about when it's talking about time, and dividing of time. I'm trying to find it right off the top of my head. I haven't found it, but it really lets us know that it really supposed to denote 3.5 years. That's what it supposed to denote.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that would clear up my illusion or delusion about the whole eons going by hundreds of years, and then the create Yahweh getting fed up, and then boom, hitting them with a second thing and a third thing. So yes, okay, thank you. I'll look into it more. I'm not agreeing 100%, but I'm thirsty. Just
no problem. Is there any other comments or questions?
Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
appreciate the service.
I have one more thing to say, and that's going to be it. But I already think I know the answer, but I'm just going to ask it anyway. You know how some of the brothers and sisters think they keeping up with the Most High Yah's new moons? So they say, like, right now we're in August. What's today? No, September 9th, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying that in Yah's month, it's another month. I stopped counting because once I found out all this other stuff, I'm just thinking, well, are we supposed to be doing that or not? Are we supposed to be counting the moons?
I don't know why. Why would you count the moon today?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, why would you count the moon today if you in your enemy's land? A great scripture that I love to bring out is found in Exodus, the 12th chapter. It allows us to know that Yahweh made known to the Israelites the month of Abib. And he said that this shall be the beginning of thy months. Well, hold on. Before Yahweh made it known to Moses, what calendar, what times was they going under? Can somebody answer that?
The Egyptians.
They were
going under the Egyptians. Well, let me shoot another one. Let me shoot another one under you. When the Israelites came out of Babylon, what was the name of the month for the Israelites, the beginning of months? What was the name? Was it still Abib?
No, Nisan.
Babylonian.
Well, Nisan is not a Hebrew word. Nisan is Babylonian. So somehow we got back under another man's calendar.
Yep, and we're still under one now.
And we find ourselves in captivity, and we under one right now. Well, when we get out of here, go back in our land, and our nobles be among us, then we'll be back under our calendar.
Right. Well, yeah.
We under the master rule. The master got his own thing, and the Almighty told us that we was going to need him for all things. He didn't say we're going to need him for everything except the calendar. All things. I remember when the Israelites started the studying of the calendar. We had just came up out of Philly. They had a big jamboree in Philadelphia. All the leaders, I guess it was that Sunday, after the Friday and Saturday service, that Sunday is when all the elders had devoted to start studying the moon, start studying the times. And I always said they was doing that because the heathen had their times and they had their days, and we wanted some time and we wanted some days. So they started studying the times and how old it is being and all that, to where they was trying to establish them a calendar. I remember that. It ain't been that long far as us studying the moon and stuff.
So we went by basically generations.
Say that again?
I said it seemed that Israel went more by generations.
Far as what? Far as the calendar?
Far as time goes.
Well, I would say they went by the enemy's land calendar. They went by the enemy's land calendar. We only have the people speaking about the new moon and our days. That's like we read in Jeremiah. It was telling you the month. It was telling you the day of the month and all that. Well, that was in our land. When we wind up in the enemy's land, we're not going under our calendar. We're not up on a building looking at the moon. When you go to work, when you put down, find out how old you is, when you do any of those things, it's not by way of the moon. It has been by way of the heathen calendar, even to this day.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. I misspoke because I should have known better. Because Israel didn't start until Yahweh pulled them out of Egypt. So
absolutely, and that's when it's made known to them of the Abid and all that. They was on their way coming out. He about to slew the firstborn, and they coming out.
Absolutely. Yeah, I misspoke. Thank you, brother.
Is there any other comments or questions? Did you understand that, my sister?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Okay, let me say one more thing, and then I'm going to leave you alone, really.
Don't leave me alone. Keep on asking. If it's something on your heart or your mind, keep asking. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I don't know if you heard all the foolishness about Elkanah last week when he pretty much called me out of my name and slandered me and all that stuff, right? And
no, I didn't hear it.
Okay, and then he spoke about a sister named Tanya that watches his program and sometimes goes there when she get a chance, her and her family. Beautiful sister. Beautiful sister. So she, of course, you know, they all don't believe that the covenant of the law is broken. And so she had texted me Exodus 31, verse 16, and said, if we're not supposed to keep the law, what are we doing then? Why follow anything? If you shouldn't follow the laws, then no one will be judged in the wilderness. Now, I just noticed that she's on right now, right?
Okay.
So I just text her the phone number, your YouTube channel, and I just said, sister, I wish that you would come on and you can ask Brother Samuel anything. I said he's a very loving brother. He loves his people. He loves the Most High Yah, and he just wants us to know the truth. So I pray that she called, but I'm just sharing that.
I pray that she called too, but until she called, she might be listening. Let's go to Exodus, the 31st chapter.
Hello, yeah.
And what we find in Exodus, the 31st chapter, and if we truly paid attention to the weeping prophet, if we truly heard what he said in the Lamentations, Exodus 31 don't belong to us today. Exodus 31, according to time and place, is in the wilderness. The Israelites have been freed from slavery, and they have entered under the covenant of the law. Once that had happened, we find in the 12th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak thou also unto the children of Israel, and these children are free. They find themselves in the wilderness, under the covenant of the law, and their creator among them. In the day, by a cloudy pillar, and at night, a pillar of fire. So Yahweh was among them this whole 40 years. And he told them, speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, my Sabbaths, not one, all of them. That's why it's an S. It's talking about the Sabbath day. It's talking about the Sabbathal year. It's talking about the Sabbaths and the feast days. It says, verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep. For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know, here is the key, that ye may know that I am Yahweh that sanctified you. If you were under the Sabbath today, Israelites, you would be sanctified. And you are not sanctified being in the midst of your enemy and in the land of defilement. When the Almighty was talking to the Israelites in the wilderness, that is known as a land not inhabited. So there was none to defile anything what Yahweh said except yourselves. So today, all you got to do is tie yourself in to the last sentence. It says that ye may know that I am Yahweh that sanctified you. Are you sanctified today?
No.
According to what we just read in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, the 21st verse, are you sanctified today? Absolutely not. Because the Almighty just said out of the mouth of Ezekiel, I have to bring you out first.
Allah, yeah.
So we still in the land. We can't never say we sanctified and being in the enemy's land at the same time. That is foolishness. That is teaching backwards.
Allah.
So I hope my sister can hear that. And if she don't, the next time you talk to a sister, make sure you take her to the 13th verse and just ask her about the last sentence. Are we sanctified today? And we got people teaching that we are. We got people teaching that we set apart, going through hell every day. But we set apart. But we're talking about all the injustice and the hell and the trials and tribulations and the troubles that we endure, but in the same breath, being delusional, we will say we are set apart. You can't be both. You can't be both. You either set apart or you in the midst. You can't be both, Israel, at the same time. And the heaven and earth witnesses today that we are in hell. The heaven and earth witness today that we are scattered on the four corners of the earth, needing to be saved out of it. We are not sanctified today, Israel. Is there any other comments or questions? That was a great question. Is there any other comments or questions?
Well, this brother Nariah.
Go ahead, my brother.
All I can say is that, man, you got me really studying. I see a lot of different things that I was overlooking.
Yes, sir.
It was right there in my face. And I just been really studying lately, trying to get it right.
Hallelujah.
But, everything going is really about every word that y'all said. So, you can't. That's the only good thing is that, I see why don't nobody want to debate you. I see that now. Because it'll destroy what they do. All the money that I think they get about $20,000-$30,000 a month down there at the House of Israel Atlanta, something like that from what I heard,
Yeah, they ain't gonna give that up for no Brother Samuel. They ain't giving that up. They rather for Brother Samuel just shut up.
Well, they got a heck of a way they use to get money too. They use Brother Yekesel telling the people that you want to go pay Uncle Sam his taxes, but you don't want to pay Yahweh his 10%.